Morning, everyone. I just want to give a brief few moments before we begin, just to make sure everyone is online.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our visitors today and to the team from the South African Police Service. Of course, all of the members of the Portfolio Committee and all other members of Parliament attending today, also from provincial legislatures. I just want to check from Babalwa. Babalwa, have we got quorum to continue?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum. We can continue.
Thank you, Babalwa. I want to start with the adoption of the agenda. Babalwa, please kindly share it on the screen for us. Thank you. Thanks, Babalwa. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you so much, Chair. Move for the adoption of the agenda as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Can I have a second to that? Colleagues, can I please have a second to the adoption of the agenda? I just hang on.
Good morning, Chair. Honorable Clitter, second.
Thank you, Honorable Clitter. I just quickly want to make sure that we have everything on here. I just want to check. Can I check with you, Honorable Clitter? Can you hear me clearly? Is my sound clear?
Yes, Chairperson, you are audible.
Okay, it's not too soft. I think I've adjusted it now. If it is too soft, I just want to ask the members to alert me because I was struggling a little bit with it earlier today. Colleagues, I just also want to. I made a mistake now. Two things that I just want to add to the agenda, so we need to adopt it again. I'm sorry about that. Is the matter regarding the potential oversight visit to the Eastern Cape, to the Bergview School regarding the Kwekwe matter, and then also regarding the oversight guidelines. If we could potentially just add that, because we do have a little bit of time today. So I just want to give feedback regarding the request made by some of the committee members, and then also for me to just have an opportunity to confirm, for example, the guidelines sent to all of the committee members regarding oversight. So Babalwa, that would mean that it's just feedback on the oversight visit to the Eastern Cape, and then also regarding the oversight guidelines. Can we add that? Are members comfortable with that? It's not a major discussion point. It's just as a point of feedback. Uncle Schipperling?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think those are important matters that we should add to the agenda, and I agree to the addition thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schipperling. Colleagues, can I have a support or second to that, please? Honourable Tidewash, you look like you are anticipating saying something.
My apologies, Chair. I am just between my laptop and my my cell phone. I want to get I couldn't get on the laptop, so I logged on with the cell phone. So now I need to get off the cell phone.
No, that's 100% Honourable Tidewash. Colleagues, can I have a second to the adjustments on the agenda, please? And then we can move to adopt the agenda. Can I just have seconds to adopt the agenda as is now? Honourable Kritter?
Honorable Chairperson, I second the agenda as it is now.
Thank you, Honourable Kritter. Colleagues, then just in terms of apologies, the deputy ministers, both of the deputy ministers will not be attending. I know Deputy Minister Bushielo is with the delegation visiting the family of, you remember just a short while ago, a journalist and partner that disappeared after allegedly being hijacked and kidnapped. So they are doing that visit. I know that the Minister of Police is leaving us at around 11. And we are briefed today, leading the SAPS delegation by Lieutenant General Mutshekile, as the National Commissioner also informed that he has a few things to attend to this morning. But everyone else from SAPS is with us, as I saw this morning. Colleagues, I would like to start with the opening remarks. As I said this morning, special welcome to our guests, specifically to Ms. Shamaine Botha, representing the focus group, as well as Mr. Yusuf Kassim from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. We are honoured to hear your two petitions today, and I think these petitions represent a vital tool for public participation in Parliament. And it's important for me to emphasize that petitions, I think, are sometimes forgotten or overlooked, as people don't always understand the value that they can add. And these petitions allow individuals and communities to bring their concerns directly to us. And this is what it means to be a Parliament of the people, by the people. Petitions remind us that we do not work in isolation and are representatives of the people. And petitions keep us grounded in the lived realities of those we are meant to serve. So petitions are there to strengthen our oversight role by helping us hold the executive accountable and respond meaningfully to the needs of our constituents. Our meeting today embodies a reflection of that commitment. In 2024, the National Assembly amended the rules and frameworks on petitions to allow citizens direct access to Parliament. Previously, public petitions required a member of parliament to act as an intermediary between the House and a member of the public. In 2024, amendment redefines the role of the National Assembly, underscoring its evolution into an activist, people-oriented body. The petition today from Ms. Botha was referred to the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour for consideration and report, and to the Portfolio Committee on Police for consideration. This means that the Portfolio Committee on Police will only consider the petition, whereas the Portfolio Committee and Labour must submit a report to the National Assembly for consideration and adoption by the House. Despite this, we will provide a report to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour to inform the committee of the actions taken by our committee. The petition from Mr. Kasim from the Eastern Cape Legislature was referred for consideration and report. As such, the Portfolio Committee on Police will adopt a report for the consideration and adoption by the National Assembly. The adoption by the House means that the recommendations contained in the report become formal resolutions of Parliament, obliging the Minister of Police to implement the recommendation. The same will apply to the petition of Ms. Botha relating by the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour. Then in terms of the oversight, the proposed oversight to the Eastern Cape, while we fully recognise the seriousness of the matter and the critical importance of multi-stakeholder oversight in addressing the systemic issue it exposed, and this is specifically regarding the Kwekwe matter in the Eastern Cape, it will be difficult to participate in the oversight visit to Bafkley Bergview Primary School in the Eastern Cape, and it's due to scheduling constraints and institutional responsibilities that are currently underway. The committee is currently engaged in plenary and committee proceedings, which limits our capacity to conduct oversight outside of the period formally set aside for such work. In addition, we are in the midst of statutory budget cycles, which requires us to focus on the consideration and adoption of annual performance plans and budget votes for the 4 departments and entities within our portfolio. These processes are governed by strict timelines under the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. That said, the committee remains deeply committed to matters of gender-based violence and police accountability. While the primary responsibility for school safety and psychosocial support lies with the committees of basic education and social development, any issues that emerge from the oversight visit, particularly those related to police conduct or investigative failures, may be formally referred to our committee for follow-up in line with our mandate. Members should further remember that the multi-committee meeting scheduled for 18 June will continue with a focus on violence against women and children. In terms of oversight visits, I've circulated the proposed guidelines for oversight visits by members of the committee to police stations for consideration and adoption. This matter will be addressed at the end of today's meeting. The purpose of these guidelines is to standardize individual oversight visits, ensuring consistency and alignment with our committee's mandate. Once adopted, the guidelines will be shared with the department so that the formal directive may be issued to all station commanders, clarifying members' constitutional right to conduct oversight and outlining the expected decorum and cooperation from South African Police Service officials during such visits. Colleagues, that concludes the opening remarks. I would like to move to the adoption of minutes of previous meetings. The first set of minutes, Babalwa, if you may please share them on the screen, are from the 15th of April, 2025. I would like to assume that the minutes have been read. You'd remember that this was a special meeting regarding the Kwekwe matter in the Eastern Cape. Can we move to the adoption of the minutes? Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Can I have a second to that, please? Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. We then move to adopt the minutes of that meeting for the 15th of April. The second set of minutes are from the 23rd of April, 2025. Can I share those, please, Babalwa? Babalwa? I did remember that these minutes were regarding the report for the Eastern Cape and KZN Province's oversight visit, and also input from police unions regarding the budget and APCs and strategic plan, and so on and so forth. Also remember the presentation not only by SAPS but also by the Secretariat. Can we move to adopt these minutes? Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I second Honorable Mokoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. We then move to adopt the minutes of the 23rd of April. Thank you, Babalwa. Colleagues, we then move to the presentation by the petitioners. The first presentation is for consideration is by Mr. Kassim from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that is calling on the National Assembly to investigate gang violence in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. Mr. Kassim, welcome to the platform, and you have about 40 minutes, but we will give you enough or sufficient warning when we get close to that time. If we do go slightly over, it's not a problem. We are zooming in on these petitions today, so we do have some time. Over to you, Mr. Kassim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and to the other honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. I'd just like to, first of all, thank the Portfolio Committee for accommodating this petition. I must say, Honourable Chairperson, it's not the first time that we have sent these issues through in the previous term, and it is with great excitement and anticipation that the community of the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay is following these proceedings on your stream, and because it means that much to my community that the petition is being accommodated and heard by the Portfolio Committee. I'd also like to just introduce myself very quickly to the committee. My name is Yusuf Kassim. I am a member of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I serve in the Community Safety Committee of the Provincial Legislature in the Eastern Cape. I'm also the Chief Whip of the official opposition in the legislature, and I have served in the National Assembly previously as well. My constituency is the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, which stretches all the way from Ward 11, Shorterville, Corsten, to Ward 29, Boysons Park. So that, and all of the communities in between, communities like Galvin Park, where I reside, Galvindale, Helenvale, Bethelsdorp, Bloemendal, Aspen Heights, Arcadia, Benvogel, etc. And these are communities that have been plagued by gang violence. I'm just going to share my screen very quickly with the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that might come from there. Okay. Can everybody see the presentation, Chair?
Yes, perfect. It's on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me just say from the onset that crime and gang violence is not something that is only in the northern areas. Of course, you would receive petitions perhaps from other places in the country. And the escalating levels of crime is a concern across the board. Indeed, also in the Eastern Cape, as per the latest crime stats, the Eastern Cape has the highest murder rate in the country. So we are now the murder capital of the country, unfortunately. But this particular petition, I hope, to convince the Portfolio Committee on Police that there is an abnormal situation playing itself out in particularly the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, that the stats bear this out, and some of the anecdotal evidence, which I will share, will also make this point. And therefore, the community of the northern areas believe, because of the abnormality of the situation around gang violence in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, our hope is to convince the committee that this particular hotspot is deserving or requires priority intervention. Of course, there is always a competition for resources and for intervention, but I will make the case that there is an abnormal situation that is playing itself out, that the Portfolio Committee of Police should be concerning itself with. Last year, Chair, Emilio Hutchinson, 3 years old, he lives just down the road from where I stay, and his home was invaded, and you can just imagine the terror of a 3-year-old child. He was gunned down. His grandmother was gunned down, and another individual that was in the home at the time, by the gangs in the area of Helenville. The reason why he was gunned down is because a relative of his, an aunt of his, is a witness in another gang shooting in the area. And unfortunately, a 3-year-old was then gunned down as part of as part of the fallout, in order to get to the witness who is a witness in another gang shooting. So this struck it at the chord of the hearts of the people of the northern areas. And at the time, there was a massive march, Chair, to the Galvindale police station. I was there, part of that march, in leading that march. So were all of the councillors across the northern areas. The communities came out in their numbers. Thousands of people took to the streets and handed over a petition for that was addressed to the then Minister of Police, Minister Becky Cele. This was in April of last year. And the petition was grounded on the basis that what is happening in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay is not a normal situation, and it therefore requires priority national intervention. The interventions demanded of the former Minister of Police were as follows, and these were really some reasonable requests: that the anti-gang unit should at the very least be doubled. The anti-gang unit was not an additional recruitment that took place in our area. It was basically individuals taken from the different police stations in the northern areas, Galvindale, Bethelsdorp, etc., and other stations. But also the anti-gang unit is severely under-resourced, both in terms of manpower and in terms of other resources needed. But in addition to that, the anti-gang unit needs to operate not just in Nelson Mandela Bay, but also in the Sarah Baartman district, which is a neighboring district to the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. It's a vast district which means that if the anti-gang unit is in Humansdorp, as an example, there's no anti-gang unit in Nelson Mandela Bay, let alone in the northern areas. The second request was for the best detectives from across the country to be assigned to support SAPS in Nelson Mandela Bay. If our argument is that there's priority intervention required, one of the things that's required is the additional investigative capacity, and I'll get more into that later on. And then for the deployment of the National Intervention Unit, I must say, Chair, this particular request has since been implemented by the new Minister of Police, Minister Sizwe Mchunu, and I want to thank the Minister for that. It only happened in the new term. Minister Bheki Cele, former Minister Bheki Cele, did not even have the, respond to the petition. No response was received, but the new minister did visit Nelson Mandela Bay. There was a cooperation agreement that was signed that was led by the new minister, and the National Intervention Unit is currently operating together with the tactical response team in Nelson Mandela Bay. So this third request was since implemented by the new minister. The fourth one is the strengthening of crime intelligence. If you speak to the most important and experienced stakeholders in Nelson Mandela Bay, all of them will tell you the same thing, including our SAPS leadership, including the district commissioner, General V.C. Ngata. All of them will tell you the same thing. The biggest problem that we have in dismantling the criminal syndicates and the gangs is that crime intelligence is under-resourced and is not up to the task of fulfilling the function required of them. Then the next one, in terms of increasing police visibility, was really to increase the deployment of or the recruitment of members and of vehicles for increased crime, visible policing and visible policing. We know the issues around SAPS vehicles that are more than 6 months in the garage. It can take around 6 months for tires to be replaced. It's a massive problem. Algoa Park Police Station only has 2 functional police vehicles for the entire station. I was at that police station about a month ago. And, we are losing this battle against the gangsters because our SAPS officers are not resourced correctly. Now, that is the case across the country. I'm not saying that this is a special situation in the northern areas, but if the argument is that there's an abnormal situation taking place, one would need to be strategic in the deployment of resources in order to ensure that in certain hotspots that we are beefing up capacity in order to win the battle. And then the last point was to implement crime-fighting technologies such as drones, CCTV cameras, ShotSpotter technology. ShotSpotter is not operating in Nelson Mandela Bay. It used to operate under previous coalition governments. There was a contract that was put out, but up until today, the ShotSpotter technology is still not operational. And other forms of technology that might be utilized in other provinces is not being utilized in our province. One would require all spheres of government to play its part in this respect. I did table a motion in the Eastern Cape Legislature in this respect. Unfortunately, it was not supported because our province does not invest in crime-fighting technology, nor does our local government. In fact, there was a march by the community on Freedom Day that handed over a petition to the local government on what we believe the local government should be doing in order to support the efforts of SAPS in terms of CCTV cameras, license plate recognition, and other technologies. But there are other surveillance technologies that can be invested in, for example, grabbers that can assist with crime intelligence. And we believe that one can utilize crime-fighting technology both in terms of crime intelligence, but also in terms of crime prevention. So those were the requests or demands of the community. Only one of them has since been implemented, as I have indicated previously. I'd just like to run through some of the tragic incidents of, that has plagued our community. This is by no means all of them. I will go through the stats as well. But one needs to humanize the issue, because these are not just numbers. These are people that we know that are in our communities. In 2023, 14-year-old Curtly Rousseau was struck by a stray bullet whilst playing soccer outside his home. I visited his home, Chair. It was the saddest thing to sit with his parents. You know, this is an innocent child that has become one of many victims of the ongoing gang violence in our communities. Young up-and-coming soccer player Larrigan Finnis was fatally shot in the back. 89-year-old Sophie Erasmus was tied up in a home and brutally beaten and killed. 89 years old. 19-year-old Vrishka Nell, who was shot when 2 gunmen entered her home. 5 people fatally shot in a house in Galvindale. In fact, we assisted with the memorial in that respect. 6 people killed in one day in the northern areas as well. So these things happen on a daily basis, but there are certain times. I mean, there's 1 month, which I'll point out in the stats, where close to 50 people were murdered. And I mean, we're not a massive city like some of the other major metros in the country. In 2024, last year, 3-year-old Emilio Hutchinson, I spoke about him. His grandmother and a family friend were brutally shot and executed in their home in Helenvale. 2 teenagers shot and killed in Bethelsdorp. 4 men were brutally shot and killed by unknown armed suspects at a house in Bethelsdorp. 22-year-old Kathleen de Vos was killed by a stray bullet in Bethelsdorp. 23-year-old Charlene Malchas, I mean, this was a really heartbreaking moment for the community, was 9 months pregnant, gunned down in a parent's home in Helenvale. And then you know, at the end of last year, beginning of this year, 29-year-old Constable Callan Andrews, son of Brett Andrews, was murdered whilst on duty in Helenvale. The SAPS vehicle allegedly couldn't start. He got out of the vehicle to push the vehicle to jumpstart the vehicle, and he was basically executed, and his firearm stolen. His firearm has since been recovered, but the firearm that dealt the fatal blow has not been recovered since. This is one of our officers who had just joined, you know, in terms of his duty a few weeks earlier, and was gunned down in the community that he is allocated or deployed to protect. These incidents are not isolated incidents, but it's indicative of the ongoing lawlessness, gang violence, and chaos that plagues the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. On a daily basis, Chairperson, the bullets are flying, and it's not abnormal for us to walk in our streets and the bullets start flying out of nowhere, because indeed the gangs have gained such a foothold, and we are losing the battle in dismantling these groups that are operating in our areas. So I'm going to go through some of the stats. These are not my stats. If you look at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that these are IQP responses, written questions which I posed during different terms of office. Gang-related violence reported between 2021 and 2023. Of the 361 shooting incidents related to gang violence in Nelson Mandela Bay, in that period of time, 319 of these were reported in the northern areas. This is to make the case, Chairperson, that this is definitely an epicenter of gang violence. Around 90% of the shootings were in the northern areas for the entire city. 180 individuals were killed, 22 of which were children, and 181 individuals were injured, 39 of which children. Of the gang-related murders, I mean, the previous slide was shootings. Of the gang-related murders in this period, 159 of them. Of those 159, 139 were in the northern areas. And of the attempted murders, 227 of them, 201 were in the northern areas. So there's a trend here that points in an objective fashion that this is indeed an epicenter. In the 2023-2024 financial year, this is also an IQP response. Of the 148 shooting incidents related to gang violence, 114 of these were in the northern areas. 62 individuals killed, 17 of them children. Obviously, this is a shorter, more tighter time period. 80 2 individuals injured, 28 of which were children. And then moving away from the official responses that we've received, there's a community crime awareness group that my office works very closely with. It's made up of CPF members and other important stakeholders, predominantly out of Galvindale, Helenvale, but also other areas of the northern areas, which have been tracking gang-related shootings on a daily basis, killings, murders. We work and they work with the families, and often their information is a lot more credible than the information that is officially reported. And this is their report between 2019 and 2024 in terms of this is specifically gang-related killings in the northern areas, people that have lost their lives. You can see that in August of 2024, that's not too long ago, 43 killings documented in 1 month. And that just cannot be normal in a community as small as ours, in a city as small as ours, where these killings are taking place to such an extent. This is just for 2025. As you can see, these killings have continued. And it's over 1,000 killings documented by this group between 2019 and April 2025, which was just last month. So over 1,000 gang-related killings just in the northern areas. Just to look, I mean, I want you to keep that number of 1,000 in mind and then look at the arrests, because this is also a response to IQP questions during the first session of the 7th term, current term. 46 arrests in 35 cases, 2019, 2020. 24 arrests in 22 cases, 2020, 2021. 28 arrests in 20 cases, 2021, 2022. 2023, 2024 financial year, 29 arrests in 22 cases. And then 2024, 2025, 19 arrests in 16 cases. And in that period, 985 gang-related killings took place. And if you add up the arrests, it is a fraction. And even of those that are arrested, often the cases are withdrawn because of insufficient evidence. There's a lack of investigative capacity, as I've mentioned earlier. I visited the St. Albans prison just 2 weeks ago, together with one of the members of the Portfolio Committee of Correctional Services from the National Assembly, which is our local correctional services facility. And one can get an idea of how even at that prison, they are unable to contain the flow of contraband like cell phones, where murders and hits are still being organized. And in our interactions with the NPA, with correctional services and with other stakeholders, the other big problem here is that even people that are arrested, one cannot convict them, and they continue to organize gang-related activity and to plague our communities. So there's definitely a multidisciplinary approach that is needed if we are really going to defeat this plague. Then just to look at some of the concerns that I want to highlight to the committee. So these are crime and safety concerns, just to summarize them, and then I'll go into some recommendations. I'd also like to just note to the committee that there was a multi sort of stakeholder engagement crime fighting strategic session that my office led. I think it was last week. If it was not last week, the week before. Very well attended. This included CPFs, SAPS, correctional services was there. We had school principals, church leaders. I don't want to leave anybody out, Chair, but I mean, just to give you an idea of how the community is rallying on this, across different sectors. This is the single biggest issue in our community, and came together to also express themselves on some of the issues and to see what can we do to try and turn the tide. And some of these points also have emanated from the engagement that has taken place across community stakeholders in the northern areas. Let's start with community policing forums, which need to be strengthened and adequately resourced. CPFs, unfortunately, in the northern areas are not properly resourced, as may be the case elsewhere. And neighborhood watch groups are not adequately supported, and there is not adequate collaboration with them. In fact, some of them feel as if they have to just operate on an island. We, from my office chair, have taken it upon ourselves now to provide them with equipment because it's not happening from the state. We've given them torches, we've given them walkie-talkies, we've given them vests and other equipment because they are not being equipped by the state, unfortunately, and they're not even being collaborated with in a manner that really meaningfully uses these vital assets that can be a vital asset in the fight against crime. SAPS responsiveness is a massive issue. And in some instances, non-existent. And I mean, we know why. I visit the stations regularly. I speak with the station commanders. We had at the Algoa Park police station, just to give you an example, there was a SAPS member that had to repair themselves. They had to put in a vehicle light because they just couldn't get SAPS to do it, and it would take months. So they just put their own light into the vehicle to get the vehicle operational again, because there was only one operational vehicle and they need to get a second one out. And it's a far cry from what the situation was 15 years ago, for example, where you would have 10, 15, 20 operational vehicles, in some instances more, and how we've regressed to the point that we are in at the moment. Then drug-related activities within the schooling environment. It is reported by the stakeholders that have engaged with us that nearly 60% of school-going children in the northern areas are involved or affected by drug use. That's a massive scourge that is exacerbated by the gang-related activity in our areas. Reports of incidents of drug use and distribution in school. I've witnessed this myself in my oversights at our local schools. Just go and walk. I don't want to mention the schools, I don't want to embarrass them, but go and walk through some of our schools. You'll smell the dacha during school time, on school premises. And one of the fights that we've taken up provincially is around drug testing kits, but that's not going to solve the problem. SAPS has a big role to play in supporting schools in this respect, and on doing random inspections at the schools and make their presence felt. Cable theft. Just going back to the drugs, there is no public rehabilitation center in the northern areas. The only public rehabilitation center in the Eastern Cape, if not just in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, but in the Eastern Cape, is the Ernest Malgas Rehab Center, which only deals with school children. It doesn't deal with elder people outside of that age bracket, and they are massively, have a massive waiting list. So in terms of rehabilitation, if you're not within that bracket that they can accommodate, you won't be accommodated. So that's just something else to raise. Cable theft was something that was raised, obviously exacerbated by the issues around substance abuse in our areas. Compromised police officers, associations between police officers and known criminals and gang members. I know this is a frustration of the station commanders as well. How do you really root this out within the ranks? One of the things that we've asked, why is it that one cannot create a policy where there can be random lie detector testing of SAPS members so that people know that they could be caught? It doesn't have to be of everyone. I know these things are costly, but one can randomly test where there's suspicions, that it might not hold up in court, but people know that they are being watched, and that, any temptation to associate with the criminal underworld can be exposed. But perhaps this is something that the Portfolio Committee of Police is discussing. I spoke about crime intelligence. I'm not going to speak further on that, but crime intelligence is severely under-resourced and not up to the task of dismantling these gangs in the areas. If you're going to arrest somebody, it's going to be a foot soldier. It's not going to be a shot caller. It's not going to be somebody senior up in the ranks. I spoke about the anti-gang unit. I'm not going to speak further on that. I did speak, I think, quite extensively on that. I think I've got about 15 minutes remaining. So let me rather leave further time if there are any other questions. And then there's an absence of social facilities in the northern areas. There's no school of skills in the northern areas. Now, that's why I'm saying it's not just a matter that, and some of my recommendations, you'll see that we are asking the Portfolio Committee of Police in its investigation of the gang-related activity and violence in the northern areas, that we're not just looking at it from a law enforcement perspective, that one can perhaps have a joint committee with other committees such as higher education, basic education, social development, correctional services, etc., so that one can have a multidisciplinary approach to actually defeating this scourge. So there's no school of skills in the northern areas. There are some schools where there was like a pilot project to have some skills courses for ALSEN learners. It was an absolute joke. I mean, I visited the one at David Livingstone. If you go to some of the others as well, no, there was no equipment, there was no course. The learners that came out of that, about 40 per school, have no skills. They've got no skills certificate. Currently, the only province that produces a skills certificate is the Western Cape. So that's also a national issue, that there is no skills certificate for these learners. They're not being trained at all. It's just like a place to park or dump people. And if you look at the people that the gangs are targeting for recruitment, it's ALSEN learners. It's learners with disabilities. I promise you, we know who they are. And because we haven't given them a pathway to opportunity. So schools of skills for learners with academic disabilities is a massive issue or opportunity in order to turn the tide of the recruitment pool of the gangs. There are no skill centers. We're very fortunate that last week we had the Minister of Communications visiting the Helenvale area, because there's a post office that's been completely taken away brick by brick, and we're hoping to have that made available for a skills center that the local business community will fund it themselves, you know, just to make the ground available. But there's no skills center in the northern areas, and there's no public drug rehabilitation center. I suppose the other thing that I'll add here is that you know, in my visits at St. Albans Prison and in our interaction with SAPS and crime-fighting stakeholders, correctional services also needs to be brought on board, because unless we are able to deal with the issues around contraband and cell phones in the prisons, we're still not going to be able to stop people that are incarcerated or imprisoned from being able to still run the, you know, run the hits and run the operations, gang-related operations in our areas. The other thing that I'll mention in this respect, Chairperson, is that in terms of dealing with this matter, we have requested that there's a visit to the northern areas. The cooperation agreement that was signed between the minister, the local government, and the provincial government, we haven't seen any benefit, really. There are some private stakeholders that have made their cameras available, but that's in other parts of the city. That's not in the northern areas. And, you know, these agreements need to be beyond, you know, whilst it's a positive step, I'm not going to, you know, say it's not a positive step, but it actually needs to go beyond just signing an agreement. And it's important for us that the Portfolio Committee of Police exercises its oversight role over these agreements and the implementations of these agreements. And that it is not just a law enforcement focus, because unless we are able to dismantle the conditions in which allows these gangs to thrive, we're not going to deal with the issue entirely. So things like drug rehabilitation centers, schools of skills centers, the correctional services issues, there are other issues as well that are involved here. But the people want to see that our legislatures are working for them and are making an impact, a tangible impact in this respect. I spoke about the anti-gang unit earlier. So this is some proposed interventions. I'm moving away from concerns. We still maintain that at the very least, SAPS should be compelled to double the number of the anti-gang unit and to resource that unit. Members are leaving the unit. Members are completely burnt out. We've spoken to some of them. Like I said earlier, if they're operating in Humansdorp, then they're not in the northern areas, and they're not turning the tide at all because they're not resourced to be able to do that. We've asked for the best detectives from across the country to be assigned to the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay and to Nelson Mandela Bay to support the efforts. I want to remind you of the numbers earlier, of the number of arrests. You can even look further into the number of convictions over time compared to the number of killings that have taken place. And for the recruitment of additional detectives. The caseloads on the detectives currently are unsustainable, and it's not going to turn the tide in this respect. Strengthening of crime intelligence and the resourcing of crime intelligence is what we are lobbying this committee as part of its recommendations to fight for, because as I've made the case, I think quite clearly that this is not a normal situation. It is an epicenter in the country. And therefore, where there's an epicenter, one needs to strategically deploy resources in this respect. Police visibility, allocation of additional functional vehicles and SAPS members and other resources. And then crime fighting technology, such as drone, CCTV camera, shot spotter, eye in the sky technology, grabbers, license plate recognition, automated license plate recognition. If you look at the systems that's been used by SAPS, it's still being run on DOS. The systems have not been upgraded. When you want to get a case number, it's still being done on a DOS operating system for people that understand how these operating systems work. We haven't migrated our technology even at that level. And I mean, when I was at the Algoa Park police station as an example, half the time the internet's not working, so they can't even produce case numbers. They've got one telephone line for the entire station. That includes for the detectives. SAPS members are being made to use their own resources in order to execute their functions. And in this kind of an environment, it just has killed the morale of our officers in blue, which is not a healthy situation in dealing with this. Then neighborhood watch patrols need to be supported and incorporated in the crime fighting strategy in the northern areas, as well as the allocation of additional equipment to patrollers. We are requesting the National Portfolio Committee on Police to conduct an oversight visit to the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, not just to visit like the police stations, which obviously is important, and to assess the ability of the SAPS in the district and in the area in fighting gang violence and crime intelligence and priority crime investigations, etc. But also to engage with the community. Our representatives on the Portfolio Committee of Police are elected by residents. You are elected by residents. And it's important that when you conduct these oversight visits in your programs, that you also have community engagement, that the community can speak directly to you, and that you are able to come back and provide feedback on the work that's been done and that's taken from the community. We are asking that the National Portfolio Committee on Police to ensure that interventions that are called for are expressed and implemented in a meaningful way. I suppose you can do that in your reports that are adopted by the National Assembly plenary, and that the recommendations that you make, that you follow up on them, that they are implemented by SAPS. And then we are asking that the National Portfolio Committee on Police to convene a joint portfolio committee together with the portfolio committees of education, higher education, social development. There might be other committees such as correctional services, etc., to specifically explore interventions necessary for the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. So that there is a multidisciplinary approach and recommendations from other committees that can be part of the overall strategy in order to turn the tide on what is a epicenter in our country. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Police, on behalf of the Nelson Mandela Bay northern areas, I'd like to thank you for affording us this platform and opportunity. And we are hopeful. It has given hope into our communities that our cries are being heard by the National Assembly, and they are following earnestly on the work that will be done going forward. Thank you very much.
So much, Mr. Kasim, for the very detailed presentation. I would like to open the floor for some comments or feedback or questions by some of the members. I would also then like to say I hear that DM Mafale has joined us. So I just want to welcome him as well. And then, yeah, let's engage in discussion. To the honourable members, we will work with the timer again. We will allow 5 minutes for each member. And then, so please just take note of that at the top of the screen. You will see the timer as it starts. It will be run by Nicoleto Babalwa. And then from there, we will move on to the next petition for consideration. I've already noted Honourable Shongwe. I would then like to recognize Honourable Schikkeling after Honourable Shongwe. Then there is a Samsung SM something something. I'm not sure who that is, whose hand is also up.
Is Mr. Skogosana, Chair?
There we go, Honourable Sana, you're more than welcome. I will then recognize you, followed by Honourable Reverend Meshwe, as well as Honourable Jane. We can start with Honourable Shongwe. Honourable Shongwe, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say greetings to the members of the SAPS and all officials and my colleagues as well. And firstly, I would like to apologize for being in the car. I'm about to take a flight. I'll just ask you very, very few questions, Chair. The rest I'll leave to my Honorable Commander, Honorable Skosana. Chair, it's concerning that the minister went on the news to ask to apologize to the principal of the Kwekwe case. And I don't recall the minister coming to us as the committee to give us clarity on that. And I also question that why would the minister apologize to the principal whom it was in his intention to get us to this point where we are? And had it been that the principal was understanding of the situation of what has happened and knowing very well what is his responsibilities as a principal, he would have given his DNA simply for that. But the fact that he is the one who caused this thing, I fail to understand why would the whole entire minister take his authority and go and apologize to such a person? Is he encouraging that people can do what the principal did and use certain authorities and powers that is connected with, like the AfriForums and stuff like that? Is the minister scared of something like AfriForum or something? Why would he go and apologize to such a person who did this horrible thing, who never decided to take his decision and say, I am clear, I never did this, here's my DNA? Why would the minister do this? That's my question, Chair. And Chair, I would like to applaud the SAPS members on certain things. One, we are seeing a growth of the CIT heist all over, Chair. It is very risky and dangerous for our members, and they are fighting that fight head on. I would like to invite the tactics of the Commissioner Umkhwanazi in KZN, that the system used in KZN, I think it should be used all over, Chair. Our people are dying. In Davidton, Chair, there is a garage there where there was a heist. A young girl lost her life. 2 people lost their lives, in fact. Innocent people, because of this heist thing. They were just going there, passing by the garage. They got shot. So I think I would like to ask the members of the SAP, through the leader of SAPS, that can we intensify the sectors in around communities, in around actually every province must intensify the number of members that we send on the sectors. Because I don't think it will assist members to find that a sector is being serviced by one party, 6 members. It's unfair to even to the SAPS. It's risky for them. We are seeing the crimes are rising, Chair. And Chair, on that note, I would also like to ask Commissioner that can I invite him to a Davidton? I'll take his number on the side. I'll ask the secretary to give me his number and also share my number to him. Through him, can he send a senior member on Thursday? We're having a prayer there at Davidton. And I would like us to engage and give courage to the members of the community that SAPS is there. However, they are having certain challenges. Can I kindly ask through him that he affords me maybe is one of the seniors members, if possible, him, because this thing is gaining traction. Look in Togoza or Katlehong, there was this trending videos and photos of a person who lost his legs through a bomb. I think we should intensify on that, Chair. Chair, I'll leave it at that and give my fellow colleagues to take the platform on that and on the further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Shikling.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have a few questions. The first one is the red tape in the SAPS for purchasing small items or low-cost items such as tires and light bulbs is incredibly increasingly cumbersome. What steps has the SAPS put in line to ensure that we cut out some of this red tape to ensure that police officers have the necessary assets to fix the vehicles, because a lot of vehicles are standing due to silly things like a tire or a light bulb that doesn't work, or a reverse light or a flicker, and I think it's very unnecessary for it to take so long. Chair, I am incredibly worried about the fact that whistleblowers and witnesses in our country are being murdered quite regularly now. If it's not at home, it's in front of a police station or in front of a court where they're waiting to testify, and this is completely unacceptable. Can the SAPS please tell me what they're doing to ensure the safety of whistleblowers and witnesses in our country? Chair, we do know that the AGU units, especially in the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, are vastly under-resourced. It's including crime intelligence, which is a massive concern. Can they please tell me what current resourcing status is at the Glenville Dale Police Station? This includes personnel, vehicles, and crime intelligence and detectives, so that we can see where the biggest need is. And then, Chair, there's a lot better technology available than ShotSpotter at the moment. Has the SAPS looked into alternative technology to assist areas like the northern areas in the Eastern Cape with extra technology or updated technology? It is something we have been speaking about for more than a year already, to say that the technology of the SAPS is incredibly outdated and we need to ensure that we update it as a matter of urgency. And then, Chairperson, my last question is, I'm very concerned about the fact that the arrests and the convictions are so low, and I do attribute it a lot to the fact that the dockets are not properly investigated. I do feel for the detectives in the whole of the country. They're sitting with between 450 and 500 odd dockets on their table, and there's no way that one person can give the dockets the necessary attention that they need. I mean, it's impossible. What is the SAPS doing to ensure a better conviction rate and to ensure that acts of crime are properly investigated and that the dockets are fully put together to ensure a proper conviction of the criminal? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. I then move to Honorable Sultana.
Good morning, Chair, and to my colleagues and the Secretariat. I've listened very attentively to the presentation, and I understand the frustrations, but it's unfortunate that as well, this is not a unique case in the country, of Nelson Mandela and all the other areas in the country. It's the same problem. And in terms of resources, as you know, Chair, we visited some areas as well, and we know the challenges. You know, on personal level, when we constituency work, we visit some police stations. We know exactly what is the problem, and indeed, the problem comes from us as lawmakers as well. Remember, we still have a budget issue as we speak here. You know, no one knows what's going to happen. And the issue of resources are fundamental, you know, and I think it's a legacy, a story, you know, of issues of resources. And for me to waste your time and people's time and repeating the same thing once again and again, it won't help us. We need to come up with a solution in all these things. And the only solution we can come up is that we know that there's a budget cut, and sometimes we'll blame, you know, policemen and women in blue, and sometimes it's not only that, you know, we needed that joint again. We need to have a joint session, because for me, the system itself, the way it's designed, you know, that you have a Department of Justice, you know, you have prosecutors, magistrates, you have judges. They've got their own mind. You know, they will tell you about the Constitution, says this and that. You know, when the culprits are being apprehended, they've got so many rights, you know, which indeed the policemen and women can't do anything about it. I mean, you take a person, you arrest him, they give him a free bail. Some, as I said in one of these meetings, that you'll find that the one who was stealing, who was found stealing chocolate, get a heavier sentence than somebody who has killed someone. I don't want to give you examples. We've seen that. You know, they will tell you cases are on merit, and yeah. But for me, from where I'm sitting, the frustration of the presenter, in short, is across the board. The issue of vehicles staying in a government garage for months and months is not something new. We know about these things. And unfortunately, some of the vehicle, which I think we need to improve on that they should be managed better. You know, I always, when I see people abusing state vehicles, especially policemen, women, normally they don't drive these vehicles. That's a fact. You know, most of these vehicles are driven by policemen, and some of them abuse them. You know, some of them get them drunk in this, and we try to ask them to be patient. Some of them, they'll tell you that they need psychological attention. You know, they are frustrated. But for me, those are lame excuses. But we have to make sure that in terms of the little we have, the resources, we guard against them. We make sure that at least they are being looked upon. Because we've got nothing, as I said earlier, that even the budget, us as parliamentarians, before blaming policemen and women, we can't even pass a budget for that matter. We will be going for the third time now. It might not even go through. Who knows? So what I'm saying in short, Chair, is that these frustrations, you know, just to respond to the presentation, they are not unique. You know, we know them. You know, it's across the country, and it's a pity, you know, that the minister is not even a year. I think it's just finishing a year this month, or you know, or in the beginning of June. You know, he find himself in a firing line because of his predecessor, Minister Cele as well, made a lot of mistakes, you know, but it won't help us to go there. The issue is that he has to be on top of the things with his National Commissioner, General Masemula. But for now, Chair, I think it will be very unfair, you know, to blame squarely things on them. For me, from where I'm sitting, I think we have to think deeper. These matters are just not an over-the-counter solution. You know, as I said, it's legacy issues, which will take a little bit of time. But for us as members, we need to strengthen and make sure that at least, you know, we help, you know, our citizens to be safe, because the primary issue is to safeguard the rights and the life of our citizens of this country. There are other issues as well. We need to nip them in the bud, and we need to make sure that the policemen and women are supported by us. The shortage, you know, of resources, we know, and there's nothing we can do for now, because of what I've already said to you, that let's see the budget, you know, how are we going to navigate through it, and make sure that, you know, at least some of these areas like the criminal intelligence, it's, you know, get a better budget for the next coming financial year, and perhaps that will help as well to make sure that the police men and women are strengthened, you know, both physically and in terms of numbers and in terms of resources. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sosana. Honorable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to members, officers, commissioners, and all from the public and from the police. We must thank Mr. Kasim for reminding us of the challenges that the police are facing in this country. It is true that the problems experienced in the northern areas are not unique. Some obviously are very severe and worrisome, but in general, other communities are experiencing the same kind of challenges. It shows us and reminds us again the importance of the police being properly resourced, because without resources, they cannot do much. We will complain and people will blame the police, but the fact is that without resources, they can't get the achievements that they want. It is sad to hear about a policeman being attacked next to the road while trying to repair or change a tire of his vehicle. It is unfortunate that some police stations are only having a single police van to attend to challenges in their areas. When you hear about emergencies not attended to because there are no resources, it is confusing, it is worrying, it is disturbing. Now, having said that, I want to ask Mr. Kasim, who said, among others, that he sometimes meet the police who are resigning from the anti-gang unit. Now, what is the common reason for their resignations? Are they giving up? Are they losing hope that the fight against drug peddlers cannot be won? Or what are the reasons? And to hear that in some schools, about 60% of students are either involved or they are affected by drugs in their areas or in the school. What reasons are they given to be primary for the ones who have been trained to fight against drug abuse to be resigning? And from his experiences with such people, is there anything solid or concrete that he can say? We believe from the northern suburbs that if 1, 2, 3 can be applied, can be done, then maybe we can reduce the number of officers who have been trained to fight against drug dealers and drug peddling, to be either maybe encouraged not to resign, because we need more of such officers and not less. So it is concerning to hear that they are resigning in high numbers and our children continue suffering, their future being destroyed by drug peddling on the schools. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Meshwe. I've already noted Honourable Fibosh and Honourable Adams. Next, I would like to recognize Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to everyone present. And I would like to welcome this presentation by Mr. Kasim. While I was listening to him, I was wondering, is he not perhaps confusing the northern areas with the Cape Flats, with Eldorado Park, with Westbury, with Noordgesig, because they all have one thing in common. It's communities that has been begging for assistance for many, many years. The gang violence and the lack of resources, the lack of care from SAPS society is not new to this portfolio committee. And I must say, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, you know what, everything that we've heard from him today, we've heard several times in this committee, and not once have we had SAPS responding to any of these concerns that has been highlighted either by the members or being highlighted by people such as Mr. Kasim. I want to ask, it is rather strange that we still continue to believe that we need to have a conventional policing response in areas that showcase unconventional patterns of crime. We continuously speak about the anti-gang strategy. We continuously speak about the National Drug Master Plan, but I've yet to see these strategies being fully implemented in these areas. I want to ask Mr. Kasim, to start off with, SAPS is responsible for objective number 2 in the National Drug Master Plan, which speaks to supply reduction. I want to ask, is he aware or does he know of any member that serves on the LDAC in any of these municipalities, and do they have regular meetings with the communities? I also want to know if he's familiar and if the liquor officer has been introduced to these various groupings trying to fight substance abuse and gangsterism in these areas. Has SAPS actually just introduced the liquor license officer, because we know that alcohol plays an important role in what is unfolding in our communities? Mr. Kasim, you've requested for a multidisciplinary approach. That multidisciplinary approach, sir, is highlighted in the National Drug Master Plan. Exactly who you've asked for: Department of Education, Department of Social Development, Department of Correctional Services, NPA, all of those departments are meant to work together. And if SAPS is saying that they have a perfectly drafted gang strategy, I would like to think that all of these departments are actually part of that anti-gang strategy. I also want to ask that SAPS today again has heard. Now, over the past couple of weeks, the same thing that you're complaining about, sir, has been unfolding in the community of Eldorado Park, where we have seen many of these big wigs visiting our communities. We've seen the National Commissioner, we've seen the Minister visiting our communities. And whenever they have these imbizos, which in my mind is a complete waste of money and resources, they come to hear and to listen to the community. We are here to hear, to listen to you as the community. Not once has SAPS actually responded to a community by saying, we have come to visit you to leave resources. We have come to visit you so that we can force the staff complement of your station, so that we can give you additional vehicles, so that you can combat crime in this area. It is always to hear. I want to ask SAPS, let me help you here, since you have no idea on what to do here. Is the POCA, I think it's the POCA Act, being enforced in these gang areas? Because the POCA Act, together with cybercrime, you can actually pick up quite easily just off social media who are all the gangsters when they have all the signs, when they have all the tattoos on social media. I also want to ask, are you conducting regular school raids? And will you be saying to Mr. Kasim after this, we will be for the next 3 months have an operation, because this is not rocket science. You don't have to get back to the drawing board. You don't have to have 10 meetings to come up with a plan of action for these communities. I want to ask, are you going to write after this meeting? Are you going to write to the NPA requesting a blanket search warrant so that you can actually go and search all of these places? Because I can actually guarantee you that most of these police stations actually have these hotspots and they know exactly who's selling the drugs. I also want to know, since you have been working in these areas, what are the trends that you are picking up? What are the latest drugs trends that you are picking up in this area? Can you actually tell us? I also want to ask, after this meeting, since you've heard to the cry and the plea of the community and just heard that the 3-year-old was gunned down and a pregnant lady was gunned down, I also want to ask, are you actually going to make a few calls to your officers, your forensic labs, and tell them, you know what, that there's an emergency, there's unrest in these areas? Can they speed up the testing of all the drug-related cases? I want to ask, are you going to be doing that? I want to ask, what are you going to be doing when you respond to Mr. Kasim? I'd like to know, what exactly are you going to be saying to him in terms of a response that is going to happen almost immediately, instead of saying we're going to come back and respond. And this is one of the reasons why I've been quiet in these committee meetings, because most times we don't get responses to any of our answers or pleas that gets brought here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable James. I move to Honourable Firebosh.
Sorry, I just had to unmute there, Chair. Good morning. Chair, morning, members. Morning, members of the police. All protocol observed. Chair, I don't know. I don't know if I'm certainly getting tired of listening to this thing playing over and over. And thanks to Mr. Kasim for informing us that we actually have a new murder capital. Thanks for giving us that information. I wasn't aware that things are that bad. I know things are bad in Utenek as well, because one of my chiefs in the Koyanda Sen is a member of the board at one of the hospitals in Utenek, and it's every Sunday night he gives me the report, and it's 5 or 6 people that were shot over the weekend and killed. And not just 5 or 6 people, 5 or 6 young colored boys or children in crossfire, but young colored children. SAPS, we've been to a number of stations, people. Drugs, unemployment, poverty, boredom have something in common. I'm beginning to think more and more that this problem is not a normal situation that just arises by itself. I'm beginning to feel that this is more systemic than what we would like to think, or than what we would like to know. Because as the speaker before me, Honorable James, said, whether it's Eldorado Park, Noordgesig, Ennerdale, in Gauteng, or it is Wentworth, or Sydenham, or Newlands in KZN, or it is Galvindale, Bethelsdorp, or Austin in the Eastern Cape, Menenberg, Hanover Park, Grassy Park in the Western Cape. It is the same old same. The problem is just this, that the police does not make any inroads into this thing. Yes, we've had these anti-gang units for how long? All right. And there was anti-drug units as well at some stage. But it is not happening that we can say that one area or one province has been successful in curbing the loss of lives due to gang violence, due to drugs, and things like that. So I would like us to just start thinking a bit just deeper than the police. We have the police, they're there. Yes, they have all their flaws and they have all their whatever. We know about them. We know that not all of them are there really because it's a calling or something like that. For most of them, it's just a way of making a living, and for most of them, and for some of them, it's a way of enriching themselves because they don't actually do crime prevention; they do the crime themselves. So the police will always be there, but we can give them numbers, we can give them technology. The will of the actual policeman to enforce the law is something that we cannot give that policeman. So, and that also again boils down to something being systemic. So, Chair, what I want to say is that we need thinking at a different level. We need a think tank to get to the bottom of this, and we need to come up with something that we try maybe in one province and see if we can eliminate this thing of gangsterism, drugs in one province, and then take it from there. But, Chair, the other thing is we need support from our government at all levels. At all levels, we can, we can take on gangsterism, but then we need to ensure that we start looking at the type of people that gets hired to do policing. We start there. In the olden days, people used to be proud to don that brown uniform, and up to a certain extent, the blue uniform at later years. But it became just another job. For other people, it became a means to an end. But it's not that calling anymore. So we can sit here week in, week out. I can guarantee you, unless we start thinking deeper, we will not get to the root, and the root may not very well be, all right, what is happening out there, but very systemic. Where do these drugs come from? How come is it that we can't, we can't curb this whole thing on drugs? Because if there's no drugs, these boys will not have territories to fight over. They will not have to kill each other to make more money because of selling drugs. So where do these drugs come from?
I have to hand over to Honorable Adams. I've given you a little bit of extra time. Sorry to interrupt you, Honorable Firebush. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Adams before we engage in further discussion with Mr. Kasim as well as the South African Police Service. Honorable Adams, the floor is yours.
No problem, Chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I would have been happy to have given Honorable Firebush a minute of my time because I was absorbed in what he was saying. Thank you to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you to SAPS. Thank you to Mr. Yusuf Kasim. Unfortunately, I missed a large chunk of the presentation. I was stuck in traffic. But I think what hit me here was the lack of maintenance and resources. I would also like to thank Honorable Schikkerling. I think it was Honorable Schikkerling who mentioned the fact that ShotSpotter was outdated and a complete waste of money. I'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about, Mr. Kasim, if you don't know it. In Cape Town, we implemented ShotSpotter at a cost of 40 million rand. 0 convictions, 2 arrests over 10 years. It's ludicrous. It's a waste of money. And the fact that nobody has been called to account for this is mind-boggling. I really hope SAPS is not even entertaining that madness. I was driving with my son a while ago, and a police van came past, and it was so rusted, it looked like a construction bucky. And I said to him, now look at this van. Then you look at the drug dealer's car. And then you ask me, who commands more respect amongst impressionable young men? The fact that we can't maintain our police fleet, because if you go to Bellville right now, Chief, I ask you, anyone here, go to Bellville Hawks right now. Go to about the 4th floor in Commercial Street. When you look to your left out the window, You see a forest of parked vehicles, all of them broken, all of them waiting for maintenance. And we are told about budgetary constraints, but we're wasting money on a political killing stars team that the minister asked to be disbanded months ago, and there's a flat refusal from the brass to do it. These people get booked into 4- and 5-star hotels, 20 at a time. And there's no political will to stop this, and no administrative will to listen to the politicians, which I also often want to understand. And then we are told that there's no money, but generals are buying hotels, breaking all supply chain management rules, buying hotels, and then there's investigations into him. Now, the issue for me right here is that nothing is done to the brass that do these things. And if we're talking about the AGU, I ask that you don't get me started on the AGU, but Chairperson, let me end off with this. Maybe this portfolio should bring the former head of the AGU here. Maybe we should bring Andre Lincoln here and ask him to dissect the AGU and the cold facts that the AGU was nothing more than an election tool, and it's just being allowed to operate now. The AGU is ineffective. It should be disbanded. People are resigning from the AGU because even the officers there are understanding that this thing is worthless, it is pointless, and ultimately, policemen are going to get killed. Listen to what I'm telling you, because I know policemen are going to get killed because of how AGU operates. One day, a child or a mother is going to open the door and be told Daddy's not coming home tonight. We must actually own the mistakes of SAPS as the portfolio and understand the amount of trouble we're in. Not as a portfolio, as a country. Because if a criminal network flourishes in this country, it can only be because of the buy-in of SAPS. Yes, we understand the judicial failings. Yes, we understand the shortcomings of the NPA. But ultimately, the first line of defense is the South African Police Services. And the sooner we root out the criminals therein, the better. But let me give you the upside. The criminals in SAPS are gone. Take that from me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Adam. Before I move to the South African Police Service for feedback and comment, I would like to hand back to Mr. Kasim for any answer or comment as you wish. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and I'd like to express my appreciation to all of the honourable members of the committee for their inputs on this matter. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Honourable Skosana and Honourable James has pointed out that this is not a unique situation. I'd like to agree and disagree, Honourable Chairperson. You do have a similar situation playing itself out in the areas that were mentioned, Eldorado Park, Ennerdale, Cape Flats. I'm not from those areas. I'm from the northern areas. I reside in the northern areas. I'm presenting to you from the northern areas at the moment. Obviously, I would have a better knowledge of what's happening in my community. But the stats that I released or that I presented, apologies, objective stats and stats that were collected in the communities has shown empirically, not anecdotally, but empirically, that there exists an epicenter in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay that perhaps is going under the radar. People know about some of these other areas. It's spoken about, it gets more attention. And I'm not saying that those areas do not deserve attention. I'm just trying to make the case, Chair, that there is an epicenter. Indeed, the latest crime stats bears this out in terms of the murder rate, but also in terms of the disproportionate number of killings, gang-related murders, and shootings and injuries taking place in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, as contained in the presentation. It shows that there is a unique situation playing itself out that perhaps is not getting the attention that it requires. And my plea to the committee is that whilst there is a similar situation playing itself in other areas, that this point is not lost. The second one is, Chair, that Honourable Mishu has asked the common reasons for the issues with members in the anti-gang unit wanting to resign. Some have already left. Some are wanting to leave. We've obviously tried to give some of them encouragement. And the main reason, Honorable Mishwe, is that the anti-gang unit is wholly insufficient for the task given to them. So there's nobody that can operate under those conditions. I take my hat off to those individuals that are really trying their best to persevere. But if you have to deal, I mean, I know not all of the members might be really aware of the distances involved that we're talking about. But if you take the South Apartment district, and then you take Nelson Mandela Bay, and you have this very small unit that has to operate right across that area, with limited resources, and they're not being supported in the way that they should be supported. And now you add into that the manner in which these gangs have entrenched themselves. And Honorable Adams has pointed out the resources available to them. It becomes a situation where your lives are at risk, your families are at risk. And if you're not being supported to do the work that you do, you ask yourself the question, is it really worth it for me to put myself in this situation? Yes, the proliferation of drugs in our schools is there. And the question is asked, what can be done? And the question that Honorable Taibosh asked is, where are these drugs coming from? Now, I can show you, Honorable Chairperson, you can't see it now, but I mean, I can forward this to the committee. We know who are the gangs. We know which areas each gang operates up to the streets. We know who are the leaders of the gangs. Okay? I know I'm probably protected by parliamentary privilege, but we can be able to tell you that in Shorterville, it's this gang. In which road are the Trevor boys operating in? In Helenvale, in Galvindale, the upstand dogs. In Helenvale, the nice time kids in Voisin Road. The new kids and the people that have lost their lives when these gangs were shooting against each other. So I can take you through each area and up to the road, which gangs are operating. Myself, my office, I'm not talking about SAPS. And we know who the gang leaders are. And that's where the drugs are coming from, right? It's not just drugs, it's weapons, dealing in vehicles, dealing in abalone, dealing in all sorts of things, right? But the problem here is that the gangs are not being dismantled, the leaders are not being targeted, and the so-called progress being made because of the limited resources put into these anti-gang units is maybe to deal with a few foot soldiers here and there. Or maybe somebody that takes the fall for somebody else. So there's no battle. That's the point that I'm making. And if we say this is not a unique situation, it's fine. I can agree with you that there are similar situations, as Honorable Taibosh points out, systemically taking place in similar communities across the country. But if that is really the case, Honorable Chair, there should be a genuine coordinated strategy for all of these areas, including the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay, that prioritizes resources into these areas, that ensures that there is a multidisciplinary approach that takes place, and that the relevant portfolio committees exercise oversight on the progress made so that we can defeat gangsterism in our areas, because we are not making any progress on defeating gangsterism in our areas. Honorable James has asked the question of whether I'm aware of the National Master Plan, which designates the multidisciplinary approach that must be taken. And I want to thank the Honorable James for raising this, because there are different arms of the state here. You have the executive and you have the legislature. And whilst the executive, according to the master plan, is directed to do certain things, the question we have to ask ourselves as the legislative arm of the state, are we exercising oversight on whether that is taking place? So if the master plan says that there must be a multidisciplinary approach from different departments, correctional services, Department of Justice, higher education, basic education, police, etc., why is there no multidisciplinary committee of the National Assembly that is taking a report from whoever is heading up that if it is indeed taking place? I'm not aware that it is indeed taking place. But surely the legislative arm should have a joint committee with those committees, because that's different from the executive, to then have the relevant officials of each of those departments come and give feedback on what is being done and what progress is being made on the implementation of the master plan in this respect. Because I can tell you now, there's no school of skills in the northern areas. When the Department of Education puts together its plans, there's no plan to do it. When the Department of Education looks at its skills sector, there's no plan to do it. There's no drug rehabilitation center in the entire northern areas. So social development, there's no plan to do it. When we look at correctional services, where the hotspots are taking place, I'm not aware, Chairperson, whether there's a priority plan for these particular hotspots across the country, which says to me that there is no work that's been done in the implementation in that respect. And therefore, the onus is on the legislative arm to put together its own multidisciplinary committee that will be able to hold those that we are charged to hold accountable in that respect. SAPS is indeed responsible for drug reduction. And I do want to thank SAPS locally, Chairperson, because we have a very good relationship with the District Commissioner and with the station commanders. They are trying their best. Wherever we ask them to conduct raids, they conduct those raids. We don't believe there's enough raids that have been done at schools. The principals have really been crying out for assistance because they don't have enough resources to deal with it. In fact, they don't know how to deal with this issue, quite frankly. And therefore, as many honorable members have pointed out, there is a resource constraint. But beyond that, I don't believe it's just a resource constraint. I believe it's a prioritization constraint. Because when there's a resource constraint, you're not going to be able to spread your resources everywhere and make an impact. If you say that you are committed, all of us as honorable members, to defeating gangsterism, you then need to identify those hotspots across the country, even though my petition deals with my community. And then you need to see whether or not there is a strategy to prioritize or concentrate resources where you can actually make an impact in that respect. And that's not happening at the moment. So if there is a resource constraint, I mean, the Portfolio Committee of Police doesn't have the power on appropriations. I mean, that's a different committee of parliament, and perhaps that's an engagement you would have with that committee. The budget and money bills process might open up the door. I'm not sure how advanced that is in the National Assembly, but we are implementing that in our legislature to be able to get Parliament or empower Parliament in terms of the budget and money bills process to be able to amend the money bill, because that wasn't the case previously. But where there's a resource constraint overall to SAPS, one must be able to then put together a strategy where you can concentrate resources so that you can actually make an impact in those particular areas and defeat gangsterism, because you're not going to be able to do it otherwise. Then, Honourable Chairperson, to the Honourable Taibosh, I want to include Utenake. I want to thank you for raising Utenake. In fact, I spent my formative years in Utenake and in Rosedale. The situation in certain areas of Utenake is exactly the same as the northern areas, Ward 48 and Ward 49 to be specific. We've visited those areas as well. And there is and it's really bad. In fact, the one household, the entire family was killed, shot up. I held the baby, Chairperson, where the mother was murdered. It's so sad, and small infant baby. And then the gangsters came back the following week and then shot up the same house again. So that's really the lived reality that is taking place. To the Honourable Adams, I want to thank you for some of the points that you've raised, but I just want to say on ShotSpotter, I mean, I can't attest to other provinces or the effectiveness in other provinces, but ShotSpotter was implemented in Helenvale for a period of time under former Mayor's Nababanga when he was the mayor. As you know, in Nelson Mandela Bay, there's been different coalition governments, and then it lapsed, and then it was re-implemented under former Mayor Retief Odendaal until he was removed, and then it lapsed again now. And it still hasn't yet been re-implemented. In the period that it was implemented, now I don't know if there's maybe now more advanced technology. I would be very interested to read up on that. But in the period that it was implemented, there was a 96% response rate on gunshots. There was an increase in recovery of illegal or unregistered weapons, firearms, and there was a reduction in gang-related shootings and murders in the northern area, in Helenvale, in the area. It's just down the road from where I am now, from where I stay. There was a reduction. So it definitely did make an impact. And SAPS concurs locally in that respect, because it allowed SAPS to respond quicker, to recover more firearms. And we saw, this is empirical evidence, the gunshots, the actual number of shootings decreased. There might be more advanced technology, but the point that I'm making, though, is not really about ShotSpot or any particular technology. It's that if we can identify the hotspots across the country, definitely the northern areas is an epicenter for the country that is going unnoticed. Then there must be a concentration of technology, of resources, of vehicles, of members. There needs to be a coordination that is taking place. And the legislatures, like the Portfolio Committee of Police or whichever joint committees you can put together, must be able to exercise a deliberate oversight in that respect. And then we can actually say we've done our jobs in defeating or adding our role as legislators in the fight to defeat gangsterism. Honorable James, that's the last one on the liquor officers. I just want to reiterate, we do enjoy a very good relationship with the relevant officials. There are people that are doing a great, fantastic job out there. I want to really recognize them. We've been able to stop and get certain liquor outlets closed down because it is definitely a scourge in our community. And as I've said, the district commissioner is responsive. The station commanders, we work with them, and they work with us in this respect. When we called our stakeholder engagement for our strategic planning session for this in the northern areas, all of the police stations, Galvindale, Bethelsdorp, even Kabiga was there. They were all present there as well. So the people that are there are really trying their best and complying with what it is that they need to comply with. It's really that they are being set up to fail in this fight against the gangsters. They are basically being made to fight these well-resourced, well-organized gangs. We know who the leaders are, etc., without proper crime intelligence, basically they're sent with their hands tied behind their backs, and they're not going to be able to win this battle unless there's a focused approach in this respect. That's the last thing that I'll say, Chairperson. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kassim. I would like to recognize the Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu, to not only potentially provide some comment and feedback regarding the petition, but also if there's then input from the Deputy National Commissioner, General Musekile. Minister Mchunu, I recognize you to also contribute to the discussion. There we go.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my appreciations to all my greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to the presenter, Mr. Kassim, or Honorable Kassim, member of the legislature of the Eastern Cape, the senior members of SAPS that are here. There are quite a number, about 12 of them or 11 of them, most of them, if not all of them, generals, led by Lieutenant General Tissimo Sikidi. You also mentioned the presence of dear Matale. My greetings to dear Matale. Let me, having done so, point out a few things. One, I think we do have to support each other as members of the legislature first. Then there are those of us who are in the executive and so on. But
with a view to fortifying ourselves as people who are serving in the National Assembly against the temptation to give up and to succumb to the difficulties that the country is facing with regard to security, or let me just say safety measures or safety issues, safety-related issues. Simply because we're a very important line of defense against the enemies of communities who are criminals, the nation of criminals, against the law-abiding nation. We are the difference. We are the last line of defense, of course, working with the executive. Now, once we take the line or the attitude of giving up, just like ordinary people, it will affect the integrity and the stature of the National Assembly and even that of legislatures, because it would mean that our rules are not adding any value and so on. So I just want to caution on that one and plead with all of us that let us be strong, even in the face of adversity and seemingly hopelessness and difficult. That's my first point. My second point, it is what one or two members outlined, the current socio-economic situation in the country. And I'm pointing at this not as any form of requesting a discount from the portfolio committee or from the honorable member Kasim, but just as an objective reality that we are experiencing as a country difficult there, in the sense that the economy hasn't been growing for quite a number of years, resulting into escalating or higher levels of unemployment, resulting into lots of people loitering around everywhere and then thinking that crime is an alternative. But I still want to raise a finger and say the whooping or the great majority of people who are unemployed and poor are not resorting to crime, and they don't regard it as an option. There are these fewer individuals, although increasing, who have resorted to crime, and therefore we don't accept that just because of the socio-economic conditions in the country and the high levels of unemployment, then people should look at crime. We're just mentioning it as a factor for all of us to be aware. Now, that is my number two. My number three, that the nature and the extent of crime in the country and just criminality, sheer criminality of people in the country is would have required that maybe 2 or 3 or so years ago, we think about changes in SAPS so that when you talk about a number of challenges that are internal, we are able nevertheless to overcome such challenges. Maybe I must say, I acknowledge that there are problems that exist. Firstly, of criminality within SAPS, quite a worrying factor. It is present. Just criminality of the mindset within SAPS. There is that problem. And two, there are budgetary constraints that are limiting SAPS management and ourselves to do what we would have needed to do to counter these criminals in an effective way on the ground and so on. So there are those constraints and all of that. But again, I do want to emphasize that we're not taking the line that says simply because there are those constraints, then things must be as they are reported all over or in some specific areas in the country. And the fourth point is that the SAPS, despite all these challenges internally and so on, by and large, they are involved in the fight against crime. There are sterling activities of countering crime and fighting crime in the country, all over the country, including in Kabeja, that are evidence that police are by and large hard at work, notwithstanding those challenges, and we support them, we lead them, we guide them as ministry. Now, having said all these things, I need to indicate at the stage that realizing all these challenges that are facing us, we have undertaken an exercise of changing the structure of SAPS, that is the organogram, the organizational structure, in which we have made progress in that it has been approved by principals in the bargaining council, and I think by now it's being processed, and we requested with our when we went on our knees to request that the SSPC quickly approves this so that we can move with that organizational structure changed such that we are able to confront the challenges, notwithstanding all these constraints that we're talking about, because we needed to position ourselves out of the problems and say, how would we need to respond to these challenges, despite the fact that there are all these, in other words, policing South Africa in an effective and efficient way, despite the challenges that are there, because that is the reality that is facing us, and not idealizing and all of that. And by the way, before I forget, there is a member who is interested in why I made an apology to the principal of that school. I will, if I find the opportunity, answer that at the end. But just for now, to say that I think all of us do come across a situation where we have to apologize to somebody in ordinary life. I didn't do one of the strangest things on earth, I suppose. I suppose the honorable member himself would have apologized at some point or the other to somebody for some reason. But I will respond to that at some point. But I was conscious and quite aware of what I was doing. Let me come to this change that I'm talking about. Out of the branches, if I could call them, that is VISPOL, detectives, and support services, broader branches in SAPS. The branch that is up to all of us able to make a cutting difference, well supported by the others, of course, is VISPOL. But in our engagements with top management of SAPS, we found that this branch, while it is the one that should make a difference in the country, but it was not properly structured to actually confront with decisiveness and impact the current challenges as we face them. Some of the members, Chair, are saying we appear to be confronting these problems normally, and they appear to be abnormal. And that abnormality, you include things that emanate from what Kasim was talking about, coming from the angle of education, the quality of our education, what it produces, what it doesn't produce, and so on. And let me come back. So we've now decided to split that that branch. So to answer to members, what is that we're doing, or what is that can be done in the face of these challenges? Split it into VISPOL, because you need VISPOL to run police stations, uniform police, and other things. But then separate it from, have a division, a different division from VISPOL, called operations and something. But it's an ops site. Now, if you look at it, that's where all your important units will go. The task force, the intervention unit, POP, TRT, and so on, and a host of others. Now, maybe in passing, I must say that we're discussing with Home Affairs in particular in the JCPS that BMA must take the overall responsibility on borders, will remain with lesser tasks in the border management, like police stations and all other few things that are prescribed. But focus within the country and in policing. So why split this? Split this so that this operation site is your combat side of SAPS, as opposed to policing, visibility, dealing with minor crimes, and so on. Most of crimes in South Africa now are getting to qualify as organized crimes. Even where the murder of two people, sometimes one person, you will find that there are more than one person that have cooperated and performed that. So it's taking that character much faster. Even extortions, even usage of small guns to kill people in some of the areas that are affected by crime and so on. Now, I want to say we are on the verge of completing that process. Now, what we are hoping is that once you have that particular unit under a divisional commissioner, leaving the other under another divisional commissioner, the two will combine to make a difference. But it is how these units will be used, because it is correct to say they are disturbing things about functionality of police stations, about vehicle maintenance, over and above scarcity of those maintenance, or about those. It looks like the demon of long periods with cars in the garage who are not able to get rid of it. And we are hoping to overcome that problem, nevertheless, because we want to apply more pressure on management to overcome this problem and so on. And we point it out now and then. And so we want to sharpen the cutting edge, or the cutting edge aspect of policing. But the way you manage all these units and so on, and the way you you use them for targeted approaches in the country, because targeted approaches, because there are 4 provinces that are a problem. It's not just the northern areas in Gqeberha. It is the whole of the Eastern Cape that's a problem, with Gqeberha and OR Tambo being the meccas of crime, and that's the approach we are taking. Then there are pockets within Gqeberha, of course. Then you have Western Cape. Then you have KZN. Then you have Gauteng. In these 4, you no longer need normal policing and normal activation of police like Chanela and all of those. You need a different approach. At some point, when you get an opportunity, we will update the portfolio committee. But I'm saying at this stage, this is the angle that we are taking, just to give you some light. We have engaged Minister of Education last year in November to say, in our crime stats, especially the second quarter and the third quarter, the first and the second quarter, we saw rising criminal activities in schools, inside school premises, and we're worried about it. What are you observing? What are the challenges? Can you prepare a document and present it to us so that we can adjust the current strategy of fighting criminal activities in schools and assist you depending on your observations and your needs for assistance? Now, I think 3 weeks ago, the minister indicated that she is ready, and we are seeking an appointment where she would be presenting to us to say these are the trends and so on, so that we can assist her. But I do want to end up by saying, Chair, we may seem to be increasingly getting under siege, all of us, including the National Assembly, which I'm saying, I'm pleading with members to refuse to nest that kind of feeling. And we certainly want to assure you as members of the Portfolio Committee that we are not entertaining that at all. We're not even thinking about that we're under siege. And then say, we instead, we are realistic in terms of the situation as a whole and our situation in terms of fighting crime. And we believe very strongly that we are going to overcome this particular problem, notwithstanding that the supply side of criminality in the country is seemingly quite strong, but we are not at all on the mood of succumbing to criminality. Whatever nature of criminality, we are going to overcome this in due course. Thank you very much. You are muted, Chair.
Can you hear me now?
You are now quite
there
audible.
we go. There we go. Thank you, Minister, for your detailed feedback and comment. There are quite a few of the matters that have been raised that we will certainly engage in during a sitting where we can discuss and question the specifics. I agree with quite a few of the comments that have been made and also some of the suggestions that have been made. I think there's no doubt.
Sorry, Chair, if I may disturb you, Honorable Shoma. Chair, it can't be that we allow the minister to just run away from the question. He said he will answer this question. Why doesn't he answer now? He knows exactly what he did when he went to apologize on to the
Honorable
principal.
Shongwe,
No,
can we?
no, Chair, you're
No,
disturbing
you
me,
can't.
Chair, and you're cutting me off, Chair. This can't be this GNU's
No, Honorable
system of
Shongwe,
cutting us.
I'm not. We have got another petition to raise. The minister said he would answer. We will give him an opportunity to answer. In fact, we can ask him to answer today. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. But we are focusing on a
It is not
petition
be
regarding
delayed.
the
Why should
northern
it be delayed?
areas
He
of
was
Nelson.
answering, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe,
Chair,
stop
the
interrupting
plan.
me. Honorable Shongwe, please stop interrupting me. The focus for today, the two specific petitions. The
No,
one
Chair, you can't
petition
remind me
being
like
the
I'm
northern
your
areas
child,
of
Chair. You
Nelson.
can't do that.
Honorable Shongwe, the one petition being gang violence in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. The second one being the petition.
If the tenants of
Honorable
blocking our
Shongwe,
muting us when we're
Honorable
speaking
Shongwe,
and
please
asking
stop
serious questions is
interrupting
wrong.
me. Honorable
No,
Shongwe,
Chair.
you
Stop
are out
cutting
of
me.
order.
I
I
was
did
on
not
the platform. You
recognize
should have
you.
asked first. No, Chair. The
Honorable
muting of us.
Shongwe, Honorable
Chair,
Shongwe, you are
Chair.
making
No,
a habit of this
no,
now.
Chair.
This is not
Why
on the
mute me
agenda.
when I'm speaking?
Honorable Shongwe,
I'm listening to you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe, please stop interrupting me.
You interrupted me while I'm speaking.
Honorable Shongwe, I didn't
I was
recognize you.
speaking.
Just
You
started speaking.
interrupted me.
Honorable Shongwe.
No, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe, I'm going to give you one more
To answer
chance.
this
If you
question
do,
now.
if you do
People
not
want to
stop
know why you did that.
interrupting, I'm going to ask for you to be removed from the platform. Honorable Adams, your hand is up. You're welcome.
So I should be threatened by being removed.
Honorable Shongwe, I did not recognize you. Honorable Adams, thank you for
Chairperson,
raising your
Should
hand.
I
Please
be
go ahead.
threatened by being removed?
Just to find a little bit of middle ground here, if you'll allow me. I think that Honorable Shongwe is expressing the frustration many of us feel on this platform, in that when we ask questions, we rarely get answers. And I feel his frustration, but I do understand what you're saying. But Chairperson, as the Chairperson, can I please just appeal to you that as far as you can, that when we as members who have a duty to ask questions of this portfolio, ask those questions, that as far as you can, you ensure that we get answers. And I'll just use one example. When you watch what's happening in the sports committee, Liam Jacobs is demanding answers there. He's not asking, he's demanding, and he's getting the answers on this platform, Chairperson. In these meetings, we're just not. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Adams.
Chairperson, you are on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, yes, Chair, you were quite, you were inaudible.
Let's try again. Sorry about that. I'm struggling with the audio today. Honorable Adams, I'm all for that, and I want us to be able to answer everything. All I ask is that we try and focus on the actual agenda. And if we do that, we usually have adequate time to be able to ask the questions. If there are specific questions that need answering, that are focused on that specific agenda, and I miss them for some other reason, I'm more than open for anyone to remind us of that, remind me of that. I just also want to ask that we are cognizant of the amount of questions that we ask. We sometimes ask so many questions that eventually it becomes impossible to continue with the rest of the day's agenda, so that we prioritize those things. And I would like to use your reply after Mr. Kasim's presentation today, Honorable Adams, as an example. It was focused, it was prioritized in terms of the agenda. It touched on other issues, and correctly so, because they are linked to that. But it allowed us with adequate time to continue with several of the other matters. So acknowledged, and we certainly will do that. Honorable Schikkeling, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just feel that at the beginning of the meeting, when we adopt the agenda, there is an opportunity for members to bring additional members to this meeting, which was not done. And I do think that by allowing other questions takes away from why we are actually here. Honorable Kasim is here with a very relevant matter, and we are busy discussing this matter. And I think that we should give it the necessary consideration that it requires. I think we should finalize one matter before we jump to questions that has absolutely nothing to do with the agenda that we've placed ahead of us, as well as the matter that we're discussing at the moment. So I think, Chair, with all due respect to the other members, I agree that there are questions that we ask that are very relevant and that we need answers on. But can we please just finish one item of the agenda in a proper manner, get the answers, get clarity on it, and then we can move on to another matter. But I think it is incredibly rude to keep interrupting you and not to give the minister the time to answer the question. He did say he would answer the question, and I'm sure he will do it today. But can we just finish with the matter at hand, please? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Colleagues, I'm going to move to the topic regarding the compensation fund. I would like to give Ms. Botha from the focus group the opportunity to present the Honourable Skhosana. I see your hand is up. Sorry, Ms. Botha, just give us a second. Honourable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to waste your time before Mr. Botha. I just wanted to say, I guess we should leave this to you. Otherwise, it's going to degenerate into something else if we start as members answering each other. I don't think it's proper, because it will really spoil the, and in front of people who are going to represent here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. I appreciate that. Ms. Botha, I would like to recognize you to do your presentation. As with Mr. Kasim, we've afforded you 40 minutes to do the presentation, after which there will be time for further engagement. Ms. Botha, I just want to confirm, can you hear me? Are you able to switch on your sound? Ms. Botha?
Good morning, everyone. JC Kutsia here. Mrs. Botha is having a difficulty with electricity on her side. I'm just trying. I was also kicked out now. I just came in. I'm just trying to get my video going. Okay,
there we go. Thank you, Mr. Kutsia. Are you going to be presenting on behalf of Ms. Botha?
Yes, I will do that. I'm just quickly getting everything going. Okay, I'm correct. Okay, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, Minister, members of the police and everyone. My name is JC Kutsia and I speak on behalf of the Focus Group, a collective of approximately 120 members, many of whom are former police officers who were injured in the line of duty. We are here today as citizens who have served this country with loyalty and courage, yet we find ourselves abandoned, facing immense hardship and still waiting, in some cases more than 25 years, for justice, recognition and fulfillment of constitutional obligations. We hope today marks not just another meeting, but the beginning of a long overdue intervention of accountability and resolution. Right, let me just get my... I just want to get my screen 2. I've drawn up a slideshow and we can quickly just go through the slideshow. Okay, today we are here to present evidence-based findings on IOD claim failures within the SAPS and the compensation fund.
Sorry, Mr. Kutsia, I just want to ask, are you going to share the presentation on the screen?
Is it not sharing?
It's
Oh,
not showing at the moment. It's not visible.
I'm just, okay, let me, is it showing? I just want to see, sorry for that, I'm trying to get everything.
There we go.
done.
It's visible. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna skip on that one. I did share everything in a Google Drive to the secretary. I don't know if it was shared with members, but I can make it shareable to the people. But the petition document was shared beforehand, and that is just this. The big part of our petition, oh, I see Charmaine is in. The big part of our petition was that documents gets lost, documents are mismanaged, PTSD claims are dismissed, legal rulings are dismissed. We have Rubel Botha, who had 2 court cases. He was referred back to a tribunal, and that was in 22-23. Since today, the tribunal has not, they've acted, but they have not completed his case. They were supposed to complete the case in 6 months. Now, 23 till now is longer than 6 months outstanding. And there's
Sorry,
quite a few
Mr.
cases
Kutsia,
that...
I'm sorry for interrupting you again. I think maybe just give us a short overview of what happened with Mr. Botha, that we just have an idea of, leading up to these failures that you've identified.
Let me get to the document. That will be easier if I'm on the document. Just want to get to the correct screen. Sorry for that. Let me just go to the document. The document will be much easier and more easier to explain. I just want to get everything this side. Close on that one. Close on that one. Share. Second screen. I'm just trying to get my sharing going. Share screen.
Colleagues, I am going to ask that we give Mr. Kutsia 5 minutes or so to get everything together. Then we'll come back to the specific issue. Mr. Kutsia, you can unshare your screen for a moment.
Okay.
Also on the agenda for today, I just want us to make the best use of time that we can. We also have the matter of the oversight visit document. I wanted to ask if there's any specific input regarding that document. Mr. Kutsia, please just unshare your screen for a moment. I will come back to you now. We can see it now, and just mute yourself as well. May I get input? I want to start with Honorable Taibosh. I know, Honorable Taibosh, you asked the questions this week regarding oversight, and I would just like for us to make a decision as a committee whether we can move to adopt the guidelines, the oversight guidelines, as a resolution of the committee. If not, Honorable Taibosh, any of the members of the committee, whether you are in support of that. What will then happen, as explained earlier, it will be sent to the ministry and so to the management of the South African Police Service for that to then be sent as the procedure for oversight, as we previously discussed. Any of the members?
Oh, I thought you were going to start with me.
You can, Honorable Taibosh. I thought you were maybe taking a break, but you're more than welcome.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, it's an absolute, I like the document. I like the questions. I don't know how, but I formulated my own questions, but it's pretty much along those lines. I think those 3 visits to those police stations in Durban obviously taught us a lot. But I like the questions. It's what you call it. I'm not sure what I was battling to find. I maybe got one other question because I was looking for the gender equality in terms of how many females and how many male officers at the what you call it, and then also what I found in KZN, and this is maybe another question that we can. In KZN, I found that there are so many generals and brigadiers, which was good to see. So I was asking, my question was whether if a policeman or woman gets to that period of having to be recognized for promotion. Let's say you're a brigadier for X amount of years, and you can only become a general or lieutenant general after 5 years, for that matter. Do you get recognized for, let's say you've done your work and whatever, even though there's not a position available at the lieutenant general level? Do you still get? Are you still in contention for the promotion or not? So if maybe SAPS can clear that up for me or not, because to me it was very heartening to see the amount of brigadiers and generals in KZN, whereas it's not the case at our local police stations. People are captains for over 20 years before they become get recognition to become colonels or lieutenant colonel, for that matter. And the only other thing that they can tell me is that, there's no positions available, but they stay in the positions that they are, and they get the promotion. So that's what I'm worried. That's what I am concerned about. So if nobody, or if there's no positions available, you have to then stay on your current rank for 25 years before you get a promotion. It's a bit worrying. I don't think I would become a policeman then. So if somebody can clear that up for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Taibosh. Are there any other suggestions that we can add? Remember, colleagues, that these questions are just guidelines for when you do oversight. So it's not necessarily that you have to ask each of these. You can zoom in on something specific for the day. You can go through everything. I usually run through 90% plus of those focus areas, and it gives you a very good idea of where we are at with that specific place. Remember too that you can then submit the feedback of the answers to those questions, after which it can be sent to Babalwa and Nicolette, and it can be formulated into a brief, shorter report that can then be submitted to the relevant persons regarding the issues or positives that were identified at that specific unit or station. Honorable Adams?
Yes, Chairperson. If I may, I just have a question. I wasn't on the oversight visit. I had my own challenges that week, and I hope Babal was forgiven me. Chairperson, yes, I note Honorable Taibosh's input about being pleased with the amount of brigadiers and generals that he saw in KZN. And I think that's an objectionable issue, so I won't dispute it. My question is, I have in my possession a letter to IPID seeking clarity and an investigation into reserves, police reserves, and constables that have been given employment contracts but have never have been sent for training. They have personnel numbers, but they've never been deployed. These numbers obviously add to the total that SAPS claims that we have warm bodies and boots on the ground, but these people are at home. If anyone in this committee can, even not today, can give us any assurance that something's going to be done about this and that the people responsible will be dealt with, because as a committee, I think we look fantastic whenever the announcement is made that we are putting 2,000 boots on the ground, 300 more policemen are coming, but these people in actual fact aren't coming, and you can see that at the police stations. There are no constables, no new ones anyway. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the document is very fair. I think the questions manage expectations of what we require from police stations. I think one point that's very important, Chair, is the fact that when we do oversight, we must give a feedback report because it is very important for us to know what's going on in the rest of the country. And there are a lot of similarities in the issues that are faced in the different police stations. And I think it's important for us to know what those are so that as a committee, we can have a consolidated idea of the issues that are affecting everybody so we can address those together and make sure that those are the matters that get looked at as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Colleagues, I then want to ask, can we move to adopt this as a resolution of the committee, this document for guidelines for oversight visits, individual and constituency oversight visits? Honorable Adams, your hand is up. Is it a legacy hand or do you want to move to adopt?
Sorry, Chair, it was a legacy hand. Sorry, my apologies.
You can move to adopt, Honorable Adams.
No, Chair, I decline that today.
Honorable Taibosh.
I strongly recommend that we adopt, we can move to adopt, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Taibosh. A second to that, Honorable Skosana.
I just wanted to find out if we, in this document, can we still add on this document? Or is it a cast in a stone?
The guideline.
It's just a guideline, Honorable Skosana. So we can in fact, if you want to, as a committee, we can keep on adding to it. But remember that when you take this with you, it's simply a guideline. You can still ask what you need to ask. It's not set in stone. It just helps you to work in a specific direction. Say, for example, we have to look at infrastructure at a specific unit or station. You can zoom in on the part that looks at buildings and other infrastructure challenges. And when we then formulate the report on that visit, we can make sure that we, for example, send it to public works and not only the police, et cetera, et cetera. So it's simply a guideline.
Seconded.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. We then move to adopt it as a resolution of the committee. Thank you to the input from all the honorable members. After that, I'm then going to go back to our petitioners. I would like to invite you to once again share your screen. I think it was Mr. Kutsia, and you are more than welcome to then do your presentation, and we will then afford you the relevant time still to do that and for us to then engage afterwards. Mr. Kutsia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I see Charmaine joined us, so I will hand over to Charmaine and I will just share the document that she can continue, if it's okay.
That's 100%. You're more than welcome. Please go ahead. Minister, your hand is up.
Chair, I had requested to be released at 11:30. I still have that pressure. I thought if Chair could do me a favor, just it will be less than 5 minutes of responding to that question.
I would appreciate that. You're more than welcome, Minister. Mr. Kutsia, just give us 5 minutes. Please leave the screen as is. You don't have to unshare, but we just want to let the Minister respond. Thank you, Minister Mchunu.
Thank you very much. Chair, on this matter, on the 29th of March, we released a statement as an intervention at that time in the context of everything that was happening in Matatiele around what was happening at that time around the young child. Now, one aspect of the statement indicated that there were 3 suspects that included the principal. That statement should have at least spoken about persons of interest instead of suspects. And when the matter was brought to my attention by representatives of the principal, that it was an error on my side to do so, I admitted that it was an error. We should have at least referred to them as persons of interest earlier, even earlier, if at all. Now, and I did explain in the statement that we released when we apologized that I had made that statement based on the information that had been presented to me, which I had no reason to refute or doubt. But I realized that that's not the kind of statement that should have been made at that particular time, referring to that principal as a suspect. And that's why I apologized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate your response. And yeah, thank you for responding to the question of Honorable Shongwe. I then hand over to Mr. Kutsia. Mr. Kutsia and Ms. Buerta, 3rd time lucky. You can go ahead. The floor is yours. You can share the screen and then we can go ahead. Thank you.
I'm just trying to see Charmaine. Ah, there she is.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Committee members. We appreciate the opportunity we've been granted to state our challenges. We also apologise for the delay on our side due to signal failure. I would like to continue where Mr. Kutsia did not give the relevant information regarding Rubel Botha. He joined the forces in 1988, and in 1992 he did SWAT training. And in the SWAT training he got a neck injury, and 14 days, it was a 14 days course. When he went back to the station, they refused to take the lay injured on duty claim. The answer was that 7 days has passed. So that to me was an absolute human error, because the Act states that you must register the claim if from 7 days, the station from 7 days when the member actually inform the station commander that he had an injury. But he went on, he finished his training, and then he was instructing himself. and was offering courses, which all the time he fell on that injured neck. And on 1997, he was busy with training, and he noticed that he dropped a hand grenade 3 times before he could detonate it. And yeah, he was devastated because he could have killed some of his colleagues. So he asked for urgent intervention because the doctors said that the situation was PTSD. So he asked them for a second opinion, and when he went for a second opinion, they said that the neck injury was so severe that they had to operate him the following day. He had the operation, was 100% on full duty. They got the evidence of the station commander at that stage. And on the 26th of January, 1998, he had a huge car accident while running after some criminals, and the taxi ran into the police vehicle. And from then, he was paralyzed on his left-hand side and wheelchair bound. So we had a fight. They continuously didn't fill in documents, and when we got there, the documents wasn't available. They lost documents at compensation fund. The police told us they don't have documents, and this was a continuous story till in 2018. We went to the High Court, and we won the case, but then compensation said no. The High Court had no right to give him a 60% disability. So we had to appeal, and we appealed for 100% because he couldn't work. He was 33 years old when he got injured. He was a captain and the station commander of the investigators. So we won the tribunal, the court case. We won on both ends, and then 4 tribunals later, they actually decided compensation fund to give him a 30%. That's just a measly lump sum, and well, we couldn't object it because at that stage my husband was very, very sick. And he landed up in hospital, and because of all the effects of his injury, he didn't have bowel movements, bladder movements, so everything was affected by his injury. Sorry, they sent us around to get Article 42, Section 42, the doctor laughed at us and said, is compensation and SAPS crazy? Because how can he fill in a Section 42 27 years later? He cannot budge for that. And we handed in all the medical documents, but it was like, it was just ignored, and we were played around on the 8th floor in head office with everybody there. We had focus programs, and nothing was done up till now to the members that we've got on the list. So this is my experience with SAPS and with the compensation fund. It's been blame shifting all the time. They would blame compensation, and compensation blame the SAPS. So we just get no answers. We get nowhere. It's going for 30 years now. I would like to just go on with paragraph 3, the key issues for the Portfolio Committee consideration. The systematic administrative failure. Injured on duty claims have been routinely delayed, mishandled, or dismissed for decades. Contradictory conduct. Medical boards declare members unfit, yet the compensation fund repudiates the claims. That is happening all the time. Denial of psychological injury claims, PTSD and trauma not recognized or downplayed in most cases. Violation of constitutional and statutory rights, breach of the Older Persons Act, the COIDA and Section 10.27 of the Constitution. no oversight of mechanisms, no tribunal or peer appeals process available to most affected officers waiting years for a date, if ever. No, negligent of older and vulnerable members. Dozens of claimants are over 60, destituted or deceased. Summary of supporting evidence. Over 95 cases from 7 provinces spanning from 1971 to 2022. Most common injuries are PTSD, spinal trauma, polytrauma. Average delays 6+ years. Some cases exceed 30 years. Only 6% of cases have received compensation, and even those are disputed in terms of the percentage of permanent disablement. The legal framework supporting urgent redress. Let's start with 24 COIDA Act, 130 of 1993, Compensation Rights of On-Duty Injuries. The Older Persons Act 13 of 2006 prohibits institutional neglect and protects financial security of the elder. Constitution Section 9, 10 and 27 rights to equality, dignity and social security. The PEPUDA protection against age or disability-based discrimination. The case law, Malungu versus Minister of Labour, Davis versus Workmen's Compensation Commissioner. And there's also a case for Rubelbota versus Compensation Commissioner. Urgent recommendations to the committee. Refer to Section C. Establish an independent injured on duty audit panel. Implement a legacy claims resolution program with priority for elder and deceased members' dependents. Recognition of PTSD and psychological injuries as per recent court judgments. Overall of the case management system to prevent further file loss and enhance transparency. Issues of immediate relief payments to long-awaiting or impoverished claimants. This is absolutely unacceptable that they must wait so long. And it's always like a joke in the head office when we go there. We get answers like, yeah, they wanted to go off because of the apartheid, and all that is always thrown into our faces. Now, the questions and address of proposal solution, 7.1. How will Compensation Fund address conflicts of interest in cases where tribunal doctors are also private consultants? These doctors advertise their services for tremendous amounts, and they sit on the panels. So when it's their client, the client gets the best percentage ever. But the majority of the members can't afford the lawyers, so they get up to 30%, like my husband, for a permanent disability, that he could never work again. There's also the one person with an ankle gets 18%, and then a person with an ankle and a knee gets 13%, and then somebody with a knee alone gets 52%. So there is absolutely no consistency in the percentage that's been handed out to the members. So let's continue to what mechanisms exist to guarantee impartiality in medical tribunal decisions. Who is held accountable when a case is delayed due to misplaced or incomplete files? Lost documents, data mismanagement. What steps will SAPS and the Compensation Fund take to recover lost and missing case files? Can digital traceability and documents accountability be enforced? I handed in documents in October at the Compensation Fund after my husband had this the High Court's decision, and its file on the legal floor is about 6 Bibles thick. And I looked on the screen at the customer care center, and there was absolutely no documents. I loaded the documents up there and I checked up on it on January this year. And again, there was no documents for Rural Botha on the system. So what steps will SAPS and CF take to recover lost and missing case files? Compensation delays. Why are certain tribunal and court rulings like MJ Cook, CIA's Audit 30 May 2023 and RS Botha 2022-23 still unenforced nearly 2 years later? What happened to the 5 auditing firms appointed to investigate the compensation fund? What is being done to stop Poormed from absorbing compensation funds' financial burdens? 7.4, PTSD claim recognition. When will PTSD be formally recognized as equivalent to a severity to physical injury? Why does the compensation fund continue to under-recognize PTSD and other psychological injuries as equivalent to physical disability? How can tribunals ensure early inclusions of expert psychiatric evidence? If a SAPS member dies by suicide after suffering from long-term untreated PTSD, is that not a direct consequence of an occupational disease? Why should a widower and a widow be disqualified from compensation simply because the compensation fund failed to process his husband or wife's claim in time? Why has compensation fund not applied the same principles upheld in the Felix and Bardenos rulings where mental health injuries were acknowledged as permanently disabling? 7.5, legal non-compliance. Why are there no direct consequences or disciplinary actions for SAPS or compensation fund officially ignoring or breach provisions of the COIDA? What is being done to enforce legally binding timelines for processing and payment of injured on duty claims? This is such a shame because the members that are working now still on duty, if they look around and they see what's happening, I'm sure I won't go in the front line because if they don't look after my family or after me, if I get injured on duty. The 7.6 RAF claim rights. Why were SAPS members misinformed about their RAF claim rights? Will there be a retroactive compensation or reopening of wrongly closed RAF files? Rural Botha was informed that he could not claim from the RAF because it's an injured on duty at SAPS. So he tried to claim and they told him that it's not appropriate. Remote work and cybersecurity risk. How do work from home arrangement at the compensation fund affect access to sensitive case files and systems? What security protocols are in place to prevent data breaches or unauthorized access from remote locations? Does remote access comply with government IT security standards, like the MIS document and POPI Act? Should high-risk departments like Compensation Fund even allow remote work where data breaches can have life-altering consequences for claimants? We have been to the Compensation Fund head office on various dates, and certain employees on management level will each time working from home. So also at the SAPS head office. Deadline accountability. Will SAPS and the Compensation Fund commit to written deadlines for finalization and payments of outstanding injured on duty claims? If deadlines are missed, what resources or sanctions will be applied? Can the Portfolio Committee monitor and enforce such timelines directly? Because since 2014, when I started with this, I've got all the documentation that was handed in and was discussed by SAPS and the Compensation Fund. And up till now, nothing was resolved. Nothing was attended. It's like when I appear in the passages, it's you again. Suggest solutions. Independent oversight, appoint a neutral panel to review tribunal conduct and decisions. Document system reform. dignitize all claims, assign case officers, and hold departments accountable for missing files. Tribunal deadlines, all cases must be heard within 6 months of submission. Missed deadlines must trigger automatic escalation. Mental health party, PTSD, and suicide-related claims must be reviewed under trauma standards. Fast-track legal relief, create legal mechanisms to enforce non-appliance within 6 to 12 months. Request for portfolio committee action. We respectfully request that the portfolio committee convene a hearing with the affected SAPS members and legal representatives, summon SAPS and the compensation officials to provide answers regarding ongoing failures. Recommend policy reforms to the Department of Employment and Labour. Oversee the implementation of a time-bound legacy claims resolution program. Immediate audit and fast-tracking of all injured on duty claims where the members is now deceased. Formally recognize Mr. Silier's case as a gross violation of human rights and COIDA obligations. He committed suicide because he was so down and out that he drank rat poisoning and he died of that. Ensure that his widow is compensated under the same provision that apply to families of deceased members who were already receiving disability benefits. Compensate Mrs. Botha and other widows in accordance with COIDA Section 54. Apply posthumous compensation where delay cases caused loss of benefits. The compensation fund must automatically extend benefits to qualified dependents, especially where tribunal delays were the cause of non-payment before death. Amend Schedule 2 to prevent under awards for catastrophic injuries. Create a protocol for emergency intervention in cases flagged as high risk for suicide or destitution. Conclusion, the submission is not only about payments delayed, it's about dignity denied. The administrative collapse with SAPS and compensation fund has devastated lives, especially those of elderly and injured and the widows of officers who died waiting for justice. To delay justice is to deny it, but to deny it past death is destroy it. The time for intervention is not later, it is now. We, the undersigned, request the SAPS and the compensation fund provide in writing a clear and binding deadline for the finalization of all outstanding injured on duty claims as per focus list, compensation calculations and tribunal rulings related to SAPS exempt employer cases. The deadline must be issued during or immediate following the Portfolio Committee meeting on the 7th of May 2025. Specific and measurable with breakdown of deliverance, documents, payment schedules, assigned liaison officers, endorsed by senior officials from both SAPS and Compensation Fund. Should the deadline not be honored or if no deadline is provided, this will be treated as formal act of non-compliance to be reported to Parliament, oversight bodies and the courts as a breach of statutory and constitutional duties. I thank you for the opportunity to state our case.
Thank you very much, Ms. Botha. Thank you for your detailed presentation and also to Mr. Kutsia for your assistance. Colleagues, I would like to open the floor for comment or questions by the honourable members. I think after our discussion earlier, I would like to ask that if there are questions, please respectfully try to limit them to 3 questions per member in order for us to make sure that those specific questions can actually be answered. That's the first part. And then we will stick to the normal time arrangement. So I've already noted Honourable Skosana's hand is up. Honourable Reverend Meshwe's hand is up. Honourable Mukwena. Honourable Ms. Botha, just make sure you are muted. Then Honourable Schikkeling. There we go. Honorable Skosana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out whether this is this presentation as well, all these police officers who felt that the compensation did not do justice to them, is it all inclusive, you know, or is it a particular group in a particular area, or is it countrywide? Because I've seen before the soldiers as well, you know, complaining. In fact, they even went to the union building and slept there for over a period of time. I see grannies went to the constitutional court, not necessarily from the former, not former policemen and women. I'm just saying as a country, because remember the past cannot be erased. You know, some will say there's apartheid police, there's apartheid justice, and you know, I don't want to invoke now because it will be a huge debate here. But what I want to say is that we are quite aware of all of these incidents. Some of us who were, because of during those years, you know, bitter years, I must say, you know, some of us served under solitary confinement. Some of us were beaten, and you know, invokes those things to say there's human rights, by the way. And indeed, if there's something which has to be done, it should not be only about the complaining, the only 125. If we have to look at this matter, I guess we'll need a public participation for those who feel that they were justice was not done to them, you know, across the board. When I'm saying countrywide, and all those who feel that they are being victimized by the state. All their matters have to be looked, you know, on merit, you know, but it should be across the board. I'll always say that, because if we resolve only 125, you'll find that there's others as well. In other words, we are not going to finish, you know, looking in these matters. My contribution on that is that it's a well presented. The presentation was well documented, but as I say, I guess that we should even go deeper than that, you know, because we know that we had policemen and women, you know, all over the country, black, white, and yeah. And as I said earlier, this is not as well again the only people who are complaining. I've seen one wrote me a letter, but I referred him to the defense portfolio. You know, if you remember, there's a vendor issue that some people were not paid, and there were a lot of issues. So I'm saying, as the police portfolio committee as well, on this one, we have to look across the board whether these are the only people who are complaining about the compensation house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. I then go to Honorable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Most people in the country know that a job in the SAPS, particularly working on the ground, is one of the most dangerous jobs, because the police have to face dangerous criminals who in many cases are better armed than the police themselves. And it is disheartening and disappointing to hear how widows and people who are injured on duty are treated. I think it would be the right thing for commissioners who are spending most of their time in offices to apologize to the widows and the crippled, injured people that can no more work for whatever reason, maybe because of their injuries. So I think the police need to treat their soldiers on the ground better. That when a person is submitting claims or reporting late, that there should be another chance to correct their mistake. And rather than leave the widows on their own to do the claims, and in the process, they make mistakes, and those in offices, comfortable offices, don't do anything to help them. I think it's almost inhuman. The police who are faithfully, honestly, and sincerely doing their job to keep us all safe need to be supported, particularly when they have accidents. I think it is not enough for widows to be placed on television once a year after they have lost their loved ones. And yet, day-to-day lives, nobody's thinking about them. Have they received sufficient compensation? How are their lives affected? So I suggest that we need to raise this matter with the generals, particularly the National Commissioner, to relook into how injured policemen who are injured on duty, particularly, are treated. And I think there must be a better, humane way of dealing with such people. And lastly, I want to say to the disabled who may be listening and to the widows, thank you for allowing your husbands to give their best in order to ensure that South Africans are safer. The fact that we have struggled, and for some of you for 30 years, I think something needs to be done. And I'll talk to my colleagues on this committee to try and come in as assistants to your plight, because we honor and respect what you are doing to keep South Africa free from criminals. You need better support than you are getting. And as a committee, we have to give you much more support. My colleague spoke about some people who may not have the privilege of appearing on committee before the committee like this to bring in their unhappiness, their complaints about how they were treated. But I think everybody, regardless of the color of their skin, every policeman or policewoman who's injured on duty need to be treated with more respect, and we need to thank them for standing in the gap so that we as South Africans can have a safer life. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reverend Meshwe. I want to hand over to Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. On paragraph 3, you mentioned the injustice you have endured, including arbitrary decision, missing documents, and the potential abuse of processes by the compensation fund. Can you kindly take the committee through the process you have taken there so far to seek redress on the matter? And another one, can SAPS outline the claim procedure in the case of inquiry on duty and confirm whether they have received such document as stipulated? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. I've noted Honourable Adams, but just before that, Honourable Schikkerling, after which I will hand over to Honourable Adams. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, I too have received emails from various people that have been waiting for payouts of claims. And it's really sad when you hear of previous police officers whose lives have been lost, whose families are waiting for payouts, and officers who've taken their own lives due to the time that it takes. And I think it is an injustice that we're doing to the police officers that have been serving South Africans so diligently, and their lives are at stake every day. And I really think that this is a misjustice. So, Chairperson, I'd just like to know, has the SAPS conducted any internal audits on compliance with the MISS policy for storing and managing IOD claim documents? seems that several of the documents do go missing, and this is really a concern. What systems are in place at SAPS to retain, track, and submit these IOD claim records? Because like with the rest of technology in the SAPS, it seems to be very outdated and mismanaged. And then what systems are in place to hold SAPS officials accountable for document mismanagement? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much. Honourable Schikkerling actually covered most of what I was going to ask with regards to claims and documents going missing. You know, in 2025, in the era of cloud storage and all this type of thing, it's kind of hard to understand how this is still happening. But my other concern, Chairperson, is I'm from a gang-ravaged area. And when there's shooting, trust me, the police are driving away from the shooting. It's a common complaint by the neighbors. Until you come and sit in a meeting like this, and then you understand that this policeman who's driving away understands that if he gets killed or hurt tonight, that the organization which expects him to sacrifice his everything is probably not going to look after his wife and his kids. And I'm just thinking how demoralizing that must be. And I would like to get some type of reaction or reassurance from the generals here that this thing will be taken care of, that we can't expect people to wake up in the morning understanding that in a country where policemen are killed like animals, that they are expected to go and work without the most basic insurance. Chair, if I was to go into construction today and fall from a ladder, whatever the injuries, the law requires that certain things are put into place to look after me. We can't have this type of situation, Chairperson, that people are waiting 25 years for justice. It's unthinkable. I was sitting listening to this, and there was disbelief in it. I promise you. And I think all parties across the board are going to agree on this. And for once, I'm very happy about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. You and I both agree on that. Any more members from the committee that would like to raise a question or a comment before I move over to the South African Police Service? Honourable Tybosh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually sickening if I listen to this. You know, people's lives have been destroyed. People died because of this. Some died because they couldn't wait any longer, and it it affected their family so bad. I would just like to know, Chair, or what I'd like to actually comment is that I hope that this thing does not end with this committee doing nothing about this. I think we should seriously think about doing something. I don't know, whatever it is that we can do, but this thing, even if we have to take it to Parliament to sort out this thing, that we cannot do this to our people. These are the people that, a lot of people count on them to have a good night's sleep in the evening. So it is bad. So what I'm trying to say is that I hope that after this meeting, that this is not just going to evolve in the report, but we're going to see this thing through to the end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Tybosh. I would like to hand over to Lieutenant General Musikile, leading the delegation from the South African Police Service today. General, I think I did see you just now, but before we begin, I think one or two of the things that stood out from the comments and the questions was the outlining of the process. And I think what's also important is to distinguish where exactly the mandate of SAPS begins and ends. In my personal opinion, I understand that there's a responsibility of the compensation fund, but surely there's also a responsibility for the South African Police Service to fight for members, whether already retired or not, but if they are waiting for compensation, surely there's a responsibility of the South African Police Service to fight on their behalf as well. General Musekile.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members. Chairperson, I think the questions are very specific and we will be able to respond to. With me, I do have colleagues who are working with the compensation fund from the Human Resource Management that will outline how the process works. I think you reiterated, and to also distinguish what will be the SAPS mandate as well as that of SCF. I think from me, it's the reassurance that Honorable Adams have requested, that the police management needs to reassure the committee that these IOD matters are going to be taken seriously. I think it is our concern as well, and we know that our members that are on the ground are always faced with this reality of being attacked at any given time. And I can reassure this committee with the powers vested in me for this today, that the National Commissioner have taken the presentation from the respective environments to look at various angles of dealing with the matter, and it will receive attention. It is receiving necessary attention and will continue to tighten where gaps are being established. And I will request the colleagues from HRM, they are led by Major General Temba and Naidu, that Brigadier Netengwe, who is in that space, to give that outline on the issues that were raised by Honorable Mukwena as well as Honorable Shikeling, and to be specific as we have requested, Chairperson. Brigadier Netengwe.
Chair. Honorable Skosana, sorry, General Musekile. Honorable Skosana.
Sorry, you did not pick up my hand before you called. You know what I wanted to say before, just after Honorable Taibosh. I wanted to say as well, looking at all these matters of the complaint, which was sent to us, I really appreciate that. I just wanted to say that we are facing serious issues as a country. I've raised that with the minister in the plenary, that even the former national commissioners told is still not paid. I just wanted to pack that the way our people are treating others leaves much to be desired. And we didn't get an answer as yet. The national commissioners told is not paid as we speak. Now we are talking about 25 years, which is ridiculous that people have to wait for so long. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Sorry about that, General Musekile. Please go ahead.
It's okay, Chairperson, and appreciated on those new cases that are coming that will be looked at, the specific cases. But
where's my video?
I don't know where your video is, but we can hear you.
If you allow Chair to allow the Brigadier to take us through. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Brigadier.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology for for interrupting my principal. These gadgets are a challenge. I knew that it's gonna be my turn, and I would need to be visible to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson, and also to my principal, both executive authority and the accounting authorities that are present. Chairperson, I think I will answer to the questions that were raised as an operational manager charged with the administration of, amongst others, IODs in the police service. The context I want to give to the committee is the one that the Honorable Reverend Meshwe alluded to in his commentary, that the SAPS, our staff complement is around, let me say, close to 180,000, almost 200,000 staff complement, of course, composed of civilians and Police Act officials. Honorable Reverend Michel was spot on to say the SAPS is laden with injuries, both physical and emotional. Emotional in the sense that they may not be physical on the body, but they may affect the mind. All those instances, I always say injuries in the police are part of the uniform. I say that as a figure of speech because it is true. As we are conducting this session, somebody is grappling with the suspect. You get sprained, you are thrown away, motor vehicles are capsizing, there are shootouts on a daily basis, as this honorable committee will be aware of the nature of crimes in our country. All those injuries must be reported, from the smallest to the middle one to the severe one, including death. All those things need to be reported. Now, the manner in which these injuries in all their categories are reported is twofold. The employee, being the person who will be aware of the injury, can initiate the process. If the employee lacks knowledge, the supervisor, the commander, must help the employee to report the injury. I must hasten to indicate that the reporting of an injury on duty, that is from the very onset to the culmination thereof, when that injury is considered for compensation, is a very lengthy process. Just to highlight the procedure, there are prescribed forms being prescribed by the Department of Employment and Labor in order to report injuries on duty. The committee would have listened that when Mrs. Botha was narrating her concerns, she kept on mentioning SAPS Compensation Fund, SAPS Compensation Fund. And if my listening skills are good, which I believe they are, the bigger chunk of her frustration was being addressed to the Compensation Fund. Issues of tribunals, delayed enforcement of decisions of tribunals, delayed the issuing of awards. Of course, as far as payment is concerned, we do that administration. So just to go back again a little bit on the procedure, I've said it can be done by the employee herself or the supervisor of the employee. Where the injury involves death, obviously the member will be no more to attend to the administration, in which case the surviving spouse or the surviving child or children can initiate the claim. But of course, our decentralized offices across the 9 provinces have got HR functionaries who help in that process. Somebody mentioned about, I think again is Honorable Reverend Meshwe, who said that they can't be left alone to fill in forms that are sometimes can be quite cumbersome or may not even be understandable to a stranger. So once those forms are completed, they are not one form. There are many codes. They use the WCL code, which is Worksman. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. You can mention all the numerics. So there is initial reporting, of course, where you just report that somebody got injured or somebody died in the line of duty. Let me first address the issue of injuries short of death. Let me give an example of somebody who capsized in a motor vehicle, maybe chasing criminals, and you sustain multiple injuries in your body. If you are able to report, then you can report using the forms that are prescribed by the Department of Labor. We, as the SAPS, I will say we are the middle person to report the injuries to the Department of Labor, because legislatively and in terms of separation of powers, they are the ultimate authority on all issues that pertain to injuries on duty, including death on duty. Being the ultimate authority, they can vary our decisions. We do have internal administrative inquiries where we make a determination whether a claim is eligible to be classified as an on-duty or off-duty. But I can assure this committee that by and large, the Compensation Fund usually respect our findings. If they vary, it will be very much in exceptional scenarios, because they understand that these are our members. We are better positioned to tell whether the incident was an injury on duty or not. Coming back to the protracted process of reporting and the claim coming to its completion, I've given the example of an MVA when somebody sustained multiple injuries. This person who has sustained these injuries must undergo the process of medical treatment. The threshold given by the Compensation Fund is 2 years, because you will also agree that if you are injured in that extent, you need to undergo medical treatment in the form of many modalities. It could be operations, it could be medication. If the mind is concerned, there must be psychiatrists involved. All these processes are required so that the Compensation Fund is able to make a decision at the time when they are reasonably in a position to say the injury has reached a plateau. In other words, the injury may not go worse. Hence the 2-year period. The 2-year period is concluded by what we call final medical report. That is the report that the Compensation Fund will use to make a determination on the percentage of disablement. The committee would have listened that Mrs. Botha was complaining about undercompensation, arbitrary decisions. Please, that separation of power is important for the committee to note. The SAPS does not make any call on the degree, percentage of disablement. We also do not make any call as to how much money, if any, an injured employee should be compensated. All these issues lie solely with the Department of Employment and Labor because of legislative jurisdiction. So, as a highlight, that is how the process unfolds. If I were to, I'm trying to just go through the issues that the committee members raised, Chairperson. Honorable Skosana was talking about, truly so, that the concerns about injuries on duty is not limited to what Mrs. Botha has presented here. If she has presented 100 and something, that is far less. Our our IOD claims per annum on average is around 3,000. So the committee will know that 100 is just a drop. I'm talking about per annum. If you are to compute this over 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, you will get the number theoretically. So it is true, Honorable Skosana, that this cuts across. It's not only the employees that Mrs. Botha is presenting, it is the entire spectrum of the police. There was also mentioning about police officials deserving humane and preferential treatment in the line of duty. I can testify, Chairperson, I've been in this environment for more than 20 years. I know what the police has done and continues to do for employees who sustain injuries on duty, whether physical, whether psychological. That includes members who die in the line of duty. Let me give an example. We are the only state department in the whole of government that has introduced what we call home carer allowance. This allowance is payable to all employees who sustain injuries on duty and are not in a position to execute their activities for daily living. And our current figure is 5,640. This money is always increased according to inflation as we deem it fit. This is over and above the compensation that the employee may receive from the Department of Labor. I can also assure this committee that because I'm the one who makes these decisions in my office, I can't remember any instance of an application for an assistive device, maybe a wheelchair or a prosthesis or a hearing aid. I can't remember in my life saying no to that. We go to an extent of adjusting motor vehicles of our members who sustain injuries on duty. We go to an extent of putting disability-friendly facilities in the private houses of our members who sustain injuries on duty. That we do. We are one department that has got what we call death grant scheme. I hope the committee knows what we pay. The last number, the maximum number that I shared was 300,000. Death grant scheme accorded to any employee of the SAPS who die in the line of duty. I'm saying this to give expression to the fact that as much as the committee is concerned about the safety and well-being of police officials, we care the same. Personally, we give the best. If you talk about wheelchairs and hearing aids and prosthetic devices, I wish there was somebody who has got a wheelchair from the police. You can compare that wheelchair with any wheelchair given by any medical aid. You will know that ours is the best in the class. If you talk about prosthetic devices, if a member has to be given an artificial limb, that will be the best. If your eyes are not the best, you will think it's a real physical, biological, natural limb. That's what we do. And our motto is one, preferential treatment for any SAPS employee who sustained an injury, because we know that that was not because of their own making. They were not playing soccer. All these things happened when they were saving the country. And it's our philosophy, we give it preferential treatment. We have a dedicated budget for the police. You will understand that normally the compensation fund pays claims for the rest of government, except for the military and us. We have a dedicated budget in millions to cater for the needs of our members who sustain injury on duty. I just wanted to address the issue of whether or not we are extending humane, considerate treatment to our officials. We do that, Honorable Reverend Mishwe. The issue of arbitrary decisions. Okay. Let me also say, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying we don't have a fair share of our own flaws. There are areas where we need to improve. The issue of arbitrary decisions. Like I said, understanding of separation of powers is important. Somebody earlier on mentioned about joint committees. It was going to be more meaningful if Department of Employment and Labor was here, so that this committee can also have audience to what they have to say. We don't make those decisions. We don't make tribunal decisions. We don't enforce tribunal decisions. We don't issue awards for payment. Of course, because of legislation. We have our own fair share of administration, which I will narrate, Chairperson. Honorable Skilling, I need to learn your pronunciation. You spoke about delays of payment of claims. Let me talk about the issue of payment of claims again, for clarity. Payment of claims is not limited to money. When we talk about delays in payment of claims by compensation fund, there we are talking about money. We are talking about compensation award, which carries monetary value. That monetary value is not the same across the employees. It goes with the level of earnings at the time of injury. What that means is that Brigadier Tem was presenting here. If I get injured, God forbid, my compensation will not be the same as a constable, because it goes with loss of earnings at the material time of an injury. That applies to you, honorable members. If you were in the SAPS and you got injured, your compensation was not going to be the same as a constable. Well, that's an arrangement that vests with the Department of Employment and Labor. It's not a SAPS making. So I was saying, compensation for injuries on duty is not only limited to monetary value. It includes medical treatment that we give to our members. I haven't prepared how much we spend every year, but I can tell you it's hundreds of millions that we spend on disbursing medical bills. You can imagine how much it costs for somebody who's in a multiple injuries or trauma and is in ICU. Just 1 week, we pay for those millions. And they need to be recognized, because it would be unfair to just be confined to monetary value and discount the medical bills that we foot as the organization. Honorable Adams talks about some police officers running away when there's danger because they are not assured of what will happen if they get injured or if they die in the line of duty. Well, I don't think anybody will put a price tag to his life. I think it's unnatural. If I were to choose between life and my spouse being paid, I think I will run away for my life if really my life is threatened. And that is a natural response. But we are doing the best we can, Chairperson, to ensure that when our members are injured in the line of duty, their medical bills are looked after. Just yesterday, Chairperson, coincidentally, I had a Constable Jamini who needed dental care, and the dentist was refusing for various reasons. I called the dentist to show him the importance of attending to the police members injured on duty. And by God's grace, the dentist agreed that he's going. That dentist was asking upfront payment from a constable, upfront payment for dental care. And he said, you pay me, you're gonna claim your money from the SAPS. We can pay those money, but I said to the dentist, this is a constable. Where does he get upfront payment of 10,000 rand? So there are people who understand, but I'm just saying, if a police run away from danger, it will be because simply it's natural response to run away to save your life. But really, we have demonstrated that we care if our members get injured or they die in the line of duty. Honorable Tulbash was just saying the committee needs to take these matters forward and not just be talking about it. There were 3 questions that were also raised by Honorable Skilling. For now, please pardon me. It's my first time to appear here, and to pronounce your surname might be challenging. You were asking what systems are in place in the SAPS to keep records. In the SAPS, we have dual systems. One is manual. One is manual in the sense that if you go to our registry, you will find files of each and every employee who sustained an injury on duty or who might have died in the line of duty. We have got hard personnel files at our registry. The same goes with downstream provinces and stations. They also keep similar hard files. If for whatever reason one document may miss or go missing, we are able to talk to the province to give us a copy and vice versa. Not only that, we have a computerized system. The committee might be better conversant with the PERSAL, but we have something called PERSAP, which is an in-house system of the SAPS. That's where we keep electronic data of employees who sustain injuries on duty. We have that system, but like the committee would acknowledge, no system is complete, is still open for improvement as the dynamics of the organization change. There was also a question about whether an internal audit regarding IOD records has been conducted. Well, I've indicated that I've been here in this office for more than 20 years. I've seen other HR audits being conducted, like leave and so forth, not specifically IOD. I hope that answers the question. If that means that the committee wants an audit to be done, obviously that's the cue we'll take. My principals are here. There was also a question about what systems are in place to hold SAPS officials accountable for document mismanagement. The issue of accountability is not confined to mismanagement of documents. We have a disciplinary code that talks or addresses all forms of misconduct or misdemeanor or unacceptable conduct. If an official loses documents and in our view there was gross negligence, obviously that matter will take a cue of a disciplinary code. When I've been in this office, normally when such instances happen and you make a follow-up as to what could have happened, usually you find that the person who was responsible has since resigned or has since went on pension. I do not have a case in particular that I can tell this committee to say official ABC was disciplined because documents went missing. Of course, employees, the SAPS, are disciplined for a variety of misconduct. On this one, I do not have that knowledge, but we do have a disciplinary code in the SAPS. There is something that I just want the committee to note, which in preparation for this session, even though it was not asked, we decided to just highlight it. In the financial year, previous financial year, 24-2025, we reported complete claims, and there must be underscoring the chairperson. When we say complete, I've indicated that this process is very long, an average of 2 years, with forms codes 1, 2, 3 to 10. So when I say claims completed, I mean claims that we know that the last document for the compensation fund to make a decision has been submitted. I'm talking to that. We have a number of claims that remain in the administration, even beyond 2 years, but before 2 years, chairperson and the committee, I need you to understand that on average, an IOD will never complete in less than 2 years because of the intricacies that are involved in the process. So for 2024, 2025, we submitted 656 complete claims to the compensation fund. We got only 26 decisions out of 656. Hence, I said, the chairperson, somebody mentioned about joint committee. It was going to be more meaningful if compensation fund was here, and also perhaps have an opportunity to have their own say. That converts to 3.9% out of 100%. For the financial year before the previous, which is 23-24, we submitted complete claims 789. We only got 38 decisions. That converts to 4.8%. So I'm not here to put Department of Employment and Labor in the gallows. I know we are both state departments. The best we can do is to work together, as opposed to pointing fingers. But I'm just indicating that some concerns are genuine. If we talk about issues of delays, those concerns have justification. From the SAPS side, like I said, chairperson, I will never play to be an angel. We have our own fair share in the administration. I can give you an example where, because of the nature of our organization, our administration is centralized in Pretoria. Injuries are happening across the 9 provinces. These things must come, all of them, without exception. They must come to Pretoria for inquiry and for escalation to the Department of Employment and Labor.
Brigadier, please start wrapping up.
Yes. So I was just indicating that because of the nature of our organization and the number of employees that we have, close to 200,000, we do have our own fair share of delays in terms of documentation from the origin of the injury to head office, where central administration takes place for escalation to Department of Employment and Labor. On that note, Chairperson, I'm wrapped up.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, Brigadier. Sorry, General Musekile, I have to interrupt here. Brigadier, respectfully, a lot of what you've said is accurate, and there's no disputing it. But I'm concerned, and I'm concerned because I'm going to give you practical examples. You mentioned Constable Dlamini. You wouldn't even have known about Constable Dlamini had I not followed up his case. I met that member when I parked next to a group of members attached to a specific unit in Cape Town, as I always do, and asked him what was wrong with his speech. And he explained to me that he's been struggling to get the relevant support regarding his dental procedure. We followed that up several times from the committee's point of view. I'm glad to see that there's movement on this now. He even had to take a more expensive Polmed option on his medical aid, and even then, the excess of the payment was far too much for a constable. Then I want to take you to Constable Azarian Estrazen from the Western Cape. He was paralyzed 2 years ago, and he's had to stop his physio treatment because SAPS didn't pay for the first 20 sessions with his physio. And up until today, since February of 2023, he's still waiting for the relevant assessment from the occupational therapist to happen. So that's more than 2 years later. He has now gone as far as starting a fundraising process in the local paper to ask for support because he cannot afford the biokineticist, because that has also been stopped due to non-payment by the South African Police Service. And this was a very clear injury on duty. In fact, one of the members lost their life, if I'm not mistaken, during that specific incident. I can tell you during one of my oversight visits to 10111 in Cape Town, there's a member currently there being forced to be a shift commander at 10111, despite the fact that due to medical reports, he was instructed, or SAPS was instructed to ensure that he is not put in that position due to PTSD. And that specific member came to me and said, please help. I can't do this job. I have a stress problem. And then lastly, Brigadier, and this I say honestly, the comment about members running away to protect their life is a shocking comment to make. If you sign up to become a member of the South African Police Service, it is expected of you to protect the people of this country, their property, etc. And I can assure you, the majority of them that turn away and run is not because they fear for their lives. It's because they fear that their families won't be looked after. And these examples that I've mentioned to you just now are perfect examples of that. There was another member, and I have to use the practical examples because they are current. There was a member recently from the anti-gang unit in the Western Cape that had a total psychological breakdown, and despite medical reports, he had to go to work. There was another member that ended up committing suicide due to personal issues. And despite that, he didn't get the support that was requested and that was asked for. I'm not saying the system must always be perfect, not at all. But the Estrazen matter, the Dlamini matter are case in point. And the question I have for you, and I'm going to give the opportunity to the members of the committee first, but the question I have to you is, why haven't you, or rather have you taken the Department of Employment and Labour to court to force them to pay these things? And if the answer to that is no, then SAPS is complicit in letting these people down. there is zero excuse for them not doing that, because people are not only committing suicide, as others are going hungry due to it. So if not court, why not the Human Rights Commission? I can list hundreds upon hundreds. Why not approach Parliament along with these people? You see, the discrepancy that I see is, here we have SAPS, here we have people that served in SAPS. And what I'm not seeing is a patriotic type of fight for people that paid the ultimate price, whether their lives or serious injury for that uniform. I want to recognize Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the Brigadier. I'm going to be short. I'm not surprised of what he said, because I sit at SCOPA. The compensation for this matter that is only 3.5% or 3.6% and 4%. That tells you that the incompetency which is roaming around all government departments and SOEs. This is really, how can a case take 2 years? Because if you have human capital, I mean, a matter like banks, I mean, banks make an application today, maybe if they took too long, and other, I mean, Home Affairs, if you apply for other things, I can quote a lot, I can make a lot of examples. I mean, this demonstrates that we have to call an emergency joint meeting with the compensation, when whoever is responsible to come to the committee and explain to us, how can you out of 100% achieve only 3%? It's ridiculous. It means that our people are paid for nothing. Simple like that, they are paid for nothing. It's ridiculous. And it should not be accepted by this core committee. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thank the Brigadier for the information that he's given us. But Chair, I think that as a committee, we also are quite knowledgeable about what goes on in the SAPS and in government. And coming here to explain to us today that a constable's payout will not be the same as a general, for instance, to me is nonsensical, because I mean, anybody can understand that your payout won't be the same if you're on a different level. I mean, that's just basic knowledge. So I don't think that should have formed part of his discussion with us, because I mean, none of us are uninformed about how things work. We do understand that the compensation will never be the same for somebody that's been in the SAPS for a year compared to somebody that's been here for 25 years. I mean, that's just really common knowledge. But and I hear about the measures that he says they've implemented, like assisting members at home, fitting their vehicles with fixing them or changing them if they're disabled, and assisting different members. And I really do welcome that, Chair. But I would like to know how many members have received this assistance and how many have not. How many have been waiting for years to be helped by the SAPS, to receive the necessary assistance? Because again, the Brigadier comes here and tells us about compensation is just not only about money. Yes, we understand that. It's not only about money, it's about other assistance. But how many people have you assisted, and how many are still waiting to be assisted? Because it's very nice to come and tell us a lovely story, and he did a great presentation. But that's not helping the hundreds of other people that are sitting at home today who have lost family members that were of the SAPS that were on duty, who have lost members that have committed suicide, and who have families and wives sitting at home that cannot feed their children because the SAPS hasn't helped them. It doesn't help the people that are sitting at home that are disabled, that need to have physiotherapy, that need to have their vehicles changed, that need a ramp at their home. That's not helping them. That's not what he's telling us today, is not helping anybody, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schickling. Honourable Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, General, for the presentation. Just a couple of concerns. I just want to agree with the Chairperson, firstly, that I think that the General is way off the mark in his assessment that policemen are driving away from danger out of fear or cowardice. I think it's a concern of what happens when I'm gone, because clearly the institution that is the South African Police Services is not putting things in place to take care of our fallen officers, which is a shocking indictment when you consider the fact that we're losing 100+ policemen a year. It is shocking. But then I want to ask of the General, I think the reason of my and our being here on this portfolio is to attempt to fix the things that are broken and avoid potential pitfalls going forward in the interest of the country. So when we come to this portfolio, General, and we put things forward, we must always try and be as honest in our assessment, even if it's going to hurt, because glossing over the problems is what's gotten us still here. For instance, like Honourable Schickling said, yes, we fitted this to the vehicle, yes, we're giving home-based care. I think that's the very least that this entity can do for the people that are expected to die under the right conditions. My concern is that not enough was said about what we're going to do to speed up the process to give people what is rightfully theirs if they are no longer able to care for their families. You know, the blues are calling, supposedly it's not a job. And if the attitude of a General on this portfolio in the service can be that it's okay for a policeman to hear gunshots and run away, then I need to tell him that it's not okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Honourable Taibosh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, thanks. Thank you, General, for that feedback. Clearly, you know your stuff. You know the work you do. I'm impressed. But what I am, General, what I'm not impressed with is the fact that you almost try to justify why people don't get payouts. And that is not what we are trying to do here. Obviously, the people that have done this petition, we owe them something at least. We need to take this list, Chair, this is just a suggestion. This list with the General as is there, with the people at the employment offices or, the people at the remuneration services. And we need to work through every single of these cases and see if there's a case or not. And come back to this portfolio and report back on this matter and say we need to give them a month or two and say that we need to work through this thing and we need to look at every case and you need to formulate an answer for every case for us here. If it's yay, why yay? If it's nay, why nay? If it's yay, we don't worry too much. If you're going to pay, that's fine. But if you're not going to pay, if you're not going to assist, why not? What needs to be done? What can be done? But we cannot just wash our hands off and say, sorry, this is the rules. This is what it is. You know, you guys have missed the bus. So, yeah, there's nothing we can do for you. So as a committee, as the previous speaker, Honourable Adams just said, we need to bring these people to the committee. As Kosana also said, we need to bring them to the committee so that they can answer them. This list that these petitioners have put together, we need to take them through that list one by one. It's going to take a whole day maybe, but we're used to having whole day portfolio meetings. So that's my suggestion, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. I want to ask General Musikile or Brigadier, I don't know if you want to respond in any way, but I think from our side in terms of the role and the responsibility of SAPS, we will outline some kind of a report that we would ask for from SAPS. And I want to make sure that matters such as that of Constable Dlamini, and even worse, that of Constable Estrazen, is not only given feedback on, but actually resolved, that we can see that there's resolve. Because the Estrazen matter, for example, is not a matter that's purely waiting for a compensation fund. That's a SAPS matter, but it links to the specific issue. I will ask for the PERSAL number to be sent to you on that case as well. And then hopefully we can resolve that. General Musekile?
Thank you once more, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think what Brigadier Netengwe has covered, it's sufficient. Safe to say that we really need to go back to the drawing board, as I have indicated earlier to the honorable members, that the process will assist to identify where there are gaps so that we can tighten those loose screws and make sure that if there is an error, it is as limited as possible, because we are talking about the well-being of our members, that we expect them on a daily basis to deliver a service, and to the extent that it will satisfy the country as well as their families. I believe that we will be glad to get back to the list. I know there are some of these cases that Brigadier Netengwe's office have dealt with, so that we can give progress on each of those matters that were highlighted today and give account. In so far as the approach is concerned, as Honorable Skosana has indicated, I think more than once, as well as Ndati Taibosh, it's to look at our strategies in addressing the issues of members' compensation, and to tighten where there are challenges. What Brigadier have highlighted, it's that there hasn't been an audit at the head office, but I believe the inspections have been conducted. If not a chairperson, I think it is equally a responsibility of the organization and the leadership to make sure that in order for us to be able to know that things are working as expected in each office, to conduct such, and the acting head or the acting Deputy National Commissioner Support Services in the likes of Lieutenant General Dimpani is on the call, and I will call for her to take the matter further, and either to ensure that we put it on our audit plan if it is not going to be possible now, but at some point there will be a need to do so, so that where there are those challenges, as were highlighted by the members as well as the petitioner Mebota, we can address them and align our strategies in satisfying the issues around our members and looking at their well-being better than we do. I know there are various other programs that we have put in place, but if members feel that they still are not adequate, we'll see where we can, how we will improve on those. Chairperson, I submit. Say thank you.
Thank you, General Musekile. Colleagues, I know that we have gone over time today. I just want to remind you that from the presentations that were done today, we understand that the petition from Mr. Kasim was referred for consideration and report by Parliament to the committee. The latter report that was done by Ms. Botha and Mr. Kutsia was sent to the Portfolio Committee on Police for consideration. What we will now do is we will send a report to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour to inform the committee of the actions taken by our committee, the discussion, the feedback, etc. That committee, which is the Committee of Employment and Labour, have been mandated by Parliament for both consideration and report, not only consideration. We will ask that chairperson that if the opportunity arises for such a discussion, that we be informed of that sitting in order for our members to partake in that, and then we can approach it as such. We will also, after today, on the specific cases mentioned, send the relevant information to the South African Police Service and to Ms. Botha as well as Mr. Kutsia. We will give you feedback as things go. Unfortunately, as you know, a lot of our processes also take time, and we don't always have the luxury of making sure that our matters are prioritized versus several of the other important matters, which we also understand. But we will give feedback as we go, and obviously this will also feature on the Committee of Employment and Labour. Colleagues, I'm going to close there for today. I want to thank everyone for their constructive conversation and input to today's discussion. General Musekile, to you and the team, thank you as well. I know that we don't always have time to go into every single detail. We are working to improve that. And thank you so too to our guest, Mr. Kasim, as well, as I said earlier, for your presentation. Have a wonderful day, and thank you again. See you soon.